welcome to your house. I now call this fourth day, first regular session to order. Please all rise for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you, members. I now recognize the clerk to please call the roll.
Representative Tata?
Present.
Representative Baca?
Present.
Representative Lina Babalta?
Present.
Representative Sheila Babalta?
Present.
Representative Blanco?
Present.
Representative Joel Komatsu?
Yeah.
Representative Vicente Komatsu?
Present.
Representative Demapan?
Yeah.
Representative Flores? Representative Guerrero? Representative Lizama?
Present.
Representative Mangonia?
Present.
Representative Probst? Representative Christina Sablan?
Present.
Representative John Paul Sablan?
Mr.
Representative San Nicolas?
Present.
Representative Staffler?
Present.
Mr. Speaker?
Present.
Representative Yankuman?
Nanya.
Representative Yumo?
Present.
Representative Guerrero?
Yeah.
Representative Probst? Mr. Speaker, 19 members are present and 1 member is absent.
Thank you, clerk. With 19 present, constitutes a quorum. I know Representative Probst in the building. He should be making his way shortly. We'll now proceed to agenda item number 2, public comments. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and the entity you represent. The floor is now open for public comment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker and members of this august body, my name is Juan L. Babalta, and I am the director for the Commonwealth Cancer Association, a 501c3 nonprofit organization in the CNMI. Thank you for the opportunity to appear in this session this afternoon. And I am here to say a few words about House Bill number 2246, a bill to enact, repeal and reenact 4 CMC 1402G to allocate 10% of the excise tax to the Solid Waste Management Revolving Fund. As you all probably know, Mr. Speaker and members, the Commonwealth Cancer Association received for the last 3.5 to 4 years a substantial amount of funds to provide direct client assistance to our individuals in the CNMI who are fighting cancer. And I would like to, if at all possible, reconsider the approach of repealing this bill so that funds can continue to come to aid the Commonwealth Cancer Association. Public Law 18-64 is so dear to me and provides a reflection on my involvement being fighting for our people who are fighting cancer. When I was working with this legislation with the late Vice Speaker Fran de la Cruz and worked with the Senate and the House in trying to get this law or this resolution into law. It was his great guidance and advice to stay focused on how we can get this public law through the legislature. It has taken us over almost a year working with both houses in trying to get this legislation into law. Late Governor Yunus signed this law, giving an opportunity for the Commonwealth Cancer Association to expand the services, the direct client assistance services, and Island medical referrals, and other awareness and critical issues that are facing our people that are battling cancer. Looking at our records over the past 6 years, the Commonwealth Cancer Association started with $300 per client per year, and it gradually increased into $500, and eventually to $750 per year because of the help and financial assistance from the legislature. Of course, we do have our annual Marriage March Against Cancer. Last year, we lost our chances simply because of COVID-19. However, we managed to continue to provide services to 247 individuals. Out of these 247, we registered 91, and CCA issued 4,920 vouchers for fruits and veggies, nutritional supplement, equipments, and other needed as prescribed by a licensed doctor. During the course, some of our warriors have lost the battle and have succumbed, and 39 of them have succumbed to the disease in 2020. So again, my friends, colleagues, I am deeply honored to be here this afternoon to ask each and every one of you to consider moving forward with what's before you under House Bill, so that we reinstate back the funds that's needed for the Commonwealth Cancer Association, providing services to our people, fighting the terrible disease, and for other agencies that have also benefited out of that public law 18-64, such as the oral hygienist in the hospital, medical referral, inter-island medical referral, Tinian, Rhoda, and Saipan, providing assistance to Tinian and Rhoda also in our own data system. So again, on behalf of President Bo Palacios and members of the board, we thank you for your support, and would like to continue to thank you for thanking CCA in providing the direct services to our people. Last but not least, 51% of our annual budget is directed to our client assistance program that provides $750 per client per year. Thank you very much. Jesus Masik, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Babalta. Before we move forward, Clerk, please note that Representative Probst is present. Thank you. Floor is still open for public comments. Again, please state your name for the record and the entity you represent. Thank you.
Yes. For the record, my name is Fabian Munya Indalecio, and also for the record, I'm also here, on behalf of those people that share the same sentiment regarding the 22-33. Thank you, Mr. Donono Mangonia, for that bill that is before you guys right now to vote today. I'm very concerned about this bill, that it's gonna know if any one of you guys are opposing this bill. It's very clear, straightforward, that either you are supporting this bill for the governor, which is the $515 million, no, or for the people, because you are here, no, you are here in this body for the people. And it seems like for me, I'm kind of concerned that you are not for the people, okay? You guys are for the governor, to allow the governor to spend this entire, on his discretion for this $500 million is just uncalled for, unbecoming of this body. That half of you guys, we all know clearly that I'm not here on behalf of everybody, no, to change your mind, because I know half of you guys are pre-decided already. So I'm not here to gonna do that, okay? But let's lay it on the table, and don't get insulted because you're just about to make a decision that will insult all your people of the entire island and those things that are off island. So what I'm about to say here, no, it's not nearly that. You were talking about $500 million budget, no, that you're gonna vote in this body, no, to a person. Right? Personally, I'm gonna say, and let's see, because what I'm gonna say here right now, no, is I don't trust the governor, and I'm not gonna list down why, because you all know why. Half of you, all know why. So it'd be an insult for me to just lay it up, no. So let's quit that kind of explanation. You have a fiduciary duty to take charge in this body with the check and balances. No, that you need to take responsibility of it. Take charge with it. You are here for the people, not just for one person. You know who you are. So with that in mind, no, I don't trust for one person to somehow take charge with this $500 million. And let's not discriminate this money just because it's coming from the federal government. Okay? The federal government gave it to the Sinimay people to get it used. Do your power and responsibility as an elected leader by these people. It's just not right. Because, I pray that you're going to be in here making the right decision for the people and not just for one person. Because I know some of you guys, for a fact, know that don't trust the government, but for some miraculous reason, you're going to oppose this bill. Let's just be straightforward. So don't think that I'm insulting you guys in here. I'm not. You're insulting the entire people who voted for you to be in here, to sit in here and make the decision for them, because we are all suffering on this island based on this governor's decision. And I face it. Don't say that I'm here, he's just down the road. So I don't hide anything. I'm very transparent. He's not. Okay? So I'm not gonna sit here preach you guys why is the reason. And then many people do not trust this government. It's just not transparent. Okay? Some of you guys are still confused. I'm leaning toward yes. Come on. This is either yes or no. You know what? You've been probably watching my video, and let me be straightforward with you and be frank. That some of you, half of you, gonna kill this bill, oppose it, and then what? You're gonna go to the governor and meet together and somehow make this decision in the absence of the other party. That's the scheme to this. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna. What I just said today is not an insult. Trust me, it's a truth through everybody that is sharing the same concern that do not. And there's a lot of people that feels that this government is in a very oppressive government. Okay, they're scared. They're very, very scared. They're not even to say, I like what you're saying, Mr. Nelson. It's just a fear there. Come on, let's face it. So you guys are just the word the enemy is within. That's just exactly, no, like the lieutenant governor says, yeah, ita mo nalalamin my site. Get this thing straight, Chelos, because, there's only one a non-NMD in here that is fighting for the people. And most of you guys are NMDs, and that's the enemy within. Ita mo nalalamin my site. Vote the right thing. God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Indalecio. Floor is still open for public comments.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Tracy Narita. I'm here, I'm the Director for Revenue and Taxation. I'm here on behalf of the Secretary of Finance to make some public comments on House Bill 22-19 and 22-33. In regards to 22-19, the Department of Finance did submit written comments on February 18 to this body, and the Department of Finance maintains our position that this bill puts the CNMI at risk. And we are aware that the American Rescue Plan has allowed funding for certain refundable credits, and we don't anticipate any issues with that funding. And so if you want to discuss further, we are able to do that, but at this time we cannot support this version of this bill. We did provide proposed amendments to this bill, which were not taken into consideration. And so at this time we can't support the current version. As per 22-33, I have written comments here from the Secretary of Finance that I'd like to share with this body. So on behalf of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Department of Finance, I thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments and recommendations on House Bill 22-33. In an effort to provide our response, the Department of Finance sought to understand the impact of this legislation on the Commonwealth's ongoing effort to safeguard our community from the spread of the deadly COVID-19 disease, as well as the ongoing collaboration for economic recovery effort designed to resume activity in our sole industry, tourism. While we commend the intent of this legislation to provide for additional layers of fiscal regulation and oversight, we recommend to the committee additional consideration of this legislation to account for the ongoing crisis impacting the fiscal condition of the Commonwealth. The nature of this crisis and the unknown and evolving situations that bring rise to serious health and public safety concerns require flexibility to respond to the needed expenditures and adjust as situations navigate through this tumultuous period in our small island history. For this reason, the Commonwealth must safeguard its ability to respond to developments that may arise in the future for the safety of our community members, particularly those who are most vulnerable. The resources provided by U.S. Congress aims to support these efforts and provide essential financial resources to respond effectively to increased requirements of the CNMI government, the COVID-19 task force, and our island's public safety and healthcare system. In the initial calculation of priorities for proposed expenditures, a significant shortfall in government resources was caused by prior response activities to address the crisis and in need of additional resources to fund. As reported in the governor's report to the CNMI legislature, the present crisis caused a large fiscal deficit to the CNMI government. The appropriated amount provided by the U.S. Congress for this program may seem vast to our community, but when placed into perspective, the magnitude of costs already incurred to respond to this pandemic, the purpose and availability of this new resource is actually limited. The resources provided under the American Rescue Plan fill the currently unfunded and large component of the CNMI's long-term deficit. As the Secretary of Finance, I am compelled to inform you of the need to retire the outstanding cumulative deficit that continues to loom over the Commonwealth's finances. Pursuant to the CNMI Constitution, Article 10, Section 6, Liquidation of Deficits, the CNMI has to retire its deficit during the second consecutive fiscal year following the year. Current estimates of necessary expenditures from the funds provided in the American Rescue Plan serve to make significant impacts toward the CNMI's outstanding cumulative deficit in line with our constitutional requirements. Many of these obligations left outstanding have been previously appropriated by the legislature, but left unmet due to the fiscal constraints caused by the pandemic. Further authorization or appropriation for the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund of the American Rescue Plan is unnecessary. Therefore, the Department of Finance is not in support of this legislation at this time. While conversation, oversight, and cooperation in the adequate expenditure of these resources are welcomed, the fact of the matter remains that the purpose of the available resources has already been identified for COVID-19 public health emergency, offset resource revenue loss, bolster economic recovery, and provide premium pay for essential workers as outlined in the accompanying provision of the American Rescue Plan. Additionally, these funds are accompanied by rigorous reporting and oversight mechanisms within the federal government and are locally monitored by the CNMI Office of the Public Auditor. Thus, the need to be treated as a grant governed by the accountability procedures already in place under the CNMI and federal laws. The CNMI is adept at the management and fiscal controls of federal funds and has a statutory obligation to ensure the prudent expense of these resources. We look forward to finalizing the spending plan for the CNMI in relation to these funds provided under the American Rescue Plan Act, and anticipate cooperation with the CNMI legislature as we use these resources to establish a more firm financial footing following recent devastating natural disasters that have impeded our progress. If you have any questions or need additional information, please do not hesitate to contact the Secretary of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Floor is still open for comments, public comments.
Mr. Speaker, members of this august body, I thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alex Sablan. I'm here representing the Governor's Council of Economic Advisors in support of House Bill 22-21, the Commonwealth Economic Development Authority Act of 2021. As you recall, we came before this body to provide a report that summarized 13 initiatives that the GCEA instituted as a process of trying to, reboot our economy, reboot tourism, reboot many other functions of our economy. And our effort behind the Commonwealth Economic Development Authority Act is to provide CDA, currently Commonwealth Development Authority, the tools, the legislation and the tools necessary to go out and market the Commonwealth in the particular industries that we have identified within the scope of this legislation or the idea behind the legislation. Currently in the Commonwealth, I think we recognize that we've got an IT firm now in Proofpoint, a $1 billion corporation that just purchased the corporation that was here and established. They started out with 15 individuals during COVID, and they're now moving to 100 individuals within their IT firm. They're here without any benefits, without any incentives. They're here because they are resolving an issue in the United States, which is the graveyard shifts, which are a difficult timeline to fill within this type of industry. And so they fulfill it by virtue of being here in a time zone that allows them to conduct their business at hand. They're also wanting to springboard into Asia to sell their business and their business line. Our interest is to try to get CDA, CEDA, the tools necessary to go out and market this opportunity to many other firms that could possibly be utilizing the CNMI for the very same reasons or other reasons that, again, establish their business plans here. There's also a discussion about looking at SpaceX, education, CPA exams, many other niche markets that will allow us to be able to come out of COVID. As we think that this is going to take a bit of time for us to revamp and reboot this economy and tourism. And so our intent is to try to look at diversification in our economy. It's apparent today that we need to diversify. We're reliant on one industry, and that industry is going to have a difficult time coming back. And so I rise in support of 22-21. I ask that you consider this legislation and provide CDA the opportunity to, again, do what we did, I think, 15 years ago with the Office of Interior, then Secretary David Cohen, who marketed the NMI to stateside corporations. And we have a product of that in Bridge Capital. They were a product of that timeline in coming into the Commonwealth because we did go out and market with the help of the federal government. What we're asking is to let us do this within the confines of our government, this agency, and the ability to have the dynamic of a autonomous agency and private sector and public sector members coming together to provide the best experience, best subject matter behind it, subject matter experts, and an agency that really is tasked with this effort today. And we need we need to provide them the tools to do so. So with that, I thank you for the time to testify on this and appreciate your support of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sablan. The floor is still open for public comments. And for those of you that have written comments, please feel free to submit it to the Sergeant at Arms for our records. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Peter Regis Muñoz, and I'm here representing myself and as a very concerned citizen of the Northern Marianas. I am here asking for the members of the House to support House Bill 22-33, being introduced by the Chairman of the House and Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Donald Magnolia, which aims to deliver the transparency and accountability to the $515 million of the American Rescue Plan recently signed by President Joe Biden. This is not the time to be playing politics. This is not the time to be playing with people's lives. This is not the time to let your egos get in the way. However, this is the time to do what is right for the Commonwealth. $500 million earmarked for the CNMI from the federal government. People know that this money is here, and it would take 2 years to draw it down. This is the time to use the money wisely to very important infrastructures like wastewater treatment for Cagnan, renovating the airport, the seaport, improving our drinking water. Where else in the CNMI that you pay a lot for water and you can't drink it? It's time that we have, water that is drinkable. Repaving all the roads on Saipan, Tinian, and Rhoda. The possibilities are endless. So the House, the Senate, the Executive Office needs to work together to make the CNMI a wonderful place to live and a place that we call home. Don't forget, people are watching. So do the right thing and pass this bill. Jesus Masi.
Thank you, Mr. Muñoz. Floor is still open. Mr. Endaleshu, we'll do first rounds first, and then if there's time for second round, you can go more than 5 seconds. Please proceed.
Sorry, guys. kind of short, so I'm a little intimidated when the microphone is above my forehead. My name is Marissa Flores, and I'm here as a private citizen. I do have some concerns, although I'm looking at what's on your calendar. There's a lot of bills that have been introduced. A lot may work, a lot doesn't work, but I think first and foremost, I'd like to address House Bill 22-21, which is this bill for an act to strengthen the tools and powers of the CNMI government to promote and expand economic development and to establish the Commonwealth Economic Development Authority. Just looking at that, obviously the acronym CDA means Commonwealth Development Authority, but now they added an extra word there and it becomes CEDA, Commonwealth Economic Development Authority. As we're all already confused by a lot of the bills that need to be amended, that's been presented to you guys from previous legislators and legislation, I'm very curious to know what the tools and the powers are that this body proposes to provide to the already existing CDA. And what are their expertise? I'm just curious, is it because they were handpicked by the governor? And if so, where are the rest of the key players involved? Tourism has been one of the biggest and the most lucrative business maybe 20 years ago. Moving forward, I do believe that it is technology. However, we were just here last week discussing the state and the current state of the educational system, which was NMTI, which was NMC. I mean, I think we really need to look at what we're trying to do here long term. And I will repeat myself again like I did the last time. I refuse to leave this earth knowing that 20 years later, my children are going to be here doing the same thing I'm doing, asking for clarity. I'm very much against this 22-21. I do think that there are other ways that we can maybe look at. There has been many QCs that have been given to businesses that have developed here long time ago. Maybe we need to bring those players back to the table and look at it and say, okay, you've done enough. We've given you enough QC. Maybe it's time to pay it. Because if you look at what they've done, their hotels, their Section 8 housing, why don't we discuss that first before providing the tools and the powers to the already existing CDA? I mean, I don't think they're incapable. I don't think, and I honestly believe that they're fully capable. However, there needs to be more discussion. You cannot just continue to propose bills, act on them, and then fix it later on when it's too late. This is not the time. I also feel the sentiment on 22 I have a comment on 22-33. You know, I just don't know how else and how much more discussion you guys, we as a people need to have with our own people about our state in areas of healthcare, education, roads and means, commerce, tourism. All of this is the foundation of our success. And I said it the last time I was here, I'll say it again. Your legacy here will end. You're great. You have your half-mast flag and your state of whatever state funeral when you pass. God forbid nothing happens to any of us here. But you're afforded all of these wonderful things. But what about the rest of us that work hard, that struggle, that don't even have insurance for that matter, that can't even afford the basic means to provide to their children? We have become a state of welfare. When do we say that's enough, and when do we give our people the tools they need to be self-sufficient? start putting these businesses accountable to start fixing the infrastructure. If negotiation is going to be part of the table, then let's negotiate in the best benefit for our children. My children, your children, their children. The CNMI will always be here. We won't. And I'm just so frustrated and so hurt that we continue to have these same discussions over and over and over and over again. Maybe it's time to revisit the Constitution. Maybe we should start having these tough discussions. It's time. What worked 20 years ago does not work now. You know this. You see it. Please. 22-21, I am asking this body. Either they put up a report, display to the people, and show us what their tools and their powers are, but let us have that discussion, because giving that type of advice is truly going to impact all of us economically. And as far as 22-33 is concerned, I think we all feel the same way. At least the rest of us here. We're basing our trust on you. When you guys knocked at my door and asked me to support you, I gave you my word that I would. I'm asking you today, do the right thing. Because next 2 years, when you come knocking at my door, I'm definitely going to remember what you act upon.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Floor is still open.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amber Mendiola, and I am the administrator for the Non-Communicable Disease Bureau under the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. I'm speaking today on House Bill 22-46. The proposed bill would eliminate Section G2 of 4 CMC 1402G to increase the 7% in G1 to 10%. Section 2 states that 3% of excise taxes collected under this section shall be reserved for cancer treatment and programs and shall be deposited into a cancer fund special account separate of the general fund, to be appropriated to provide financial assistance to nonprofit and government organizations that provide patient-directed services for the prevention of cancers, its treatment, diagnosis, and other services that may be required to access treatment, including but not limited to off-island transportation and temporary housing. House Bill 22-46 proposes to eliminate the Cancer Fund from excise tax earmarks. The funds which go to the Cancer Fund average about $1.6 million a year, which are appropriated by the legislature for health purposes. There are already few precious resources devoted to the health in the CNMI. Although we do see much funding coming in for pandemic relief efforts, there's still a huge lack of support to address chronic disease prevention and control at the federal and local level. Eliminating the Cancer Fund earmark would reduce even further already scarce resources for cancer care and prevention in the CNMI. In the past, the Cancer Fund earmark has funded important programs such as the CHCC's oral health program, which conducts at no cost to individuals and patients oral cancer screening, teeth cleaning for patients who are diagnosed with cancer, which increases the probability of better treatment outcomes. The funds have also financially supported inter-island and off-island medical referral, Medicaid, and our very own Commonwealth Cancer Association. With the CHCC opening its oncology center last year, referrals for cancer care off-island have reduced by 84% from 2017 to 2020. But public investment itself in the oncology center has been lacking. We mustn't forget the many families who have been affected by cancer, but have been able to avail of the resources because of these funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mendiola. Floor is still open for public comment.
Good afternoon, Speaker and members of the House. My name is Angelica Sabino, and I'm the Chief Dentist at the Commonwealth Healthcare Center. Basically, I'm in charge of the oral health of our community, and I'm talking about Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. And so when we talk about oral health, we're not only talking about the health itself, but oral diseases. And what has come to my attention, that's why I'm brought here, is that the funding that supports our oral cancer is in jeopardy. I'm sure if many of you may not be aware, but Medicaid does not cover cleaning for adults. So when you have patients with oral cancer, we actually use this fund to help improve the lifestyle of those who, one, who have been diagnosed, and two, who are in the middle of treatment. Taking away from this is already putting like salt into the wound. And so I'm here to ask you for continued support because unlike other private clinics, we're the only one that really actively goes out there and help these people. Now, I would say that other private clinics do offer free oral cancer screening, and we're doing this collectively to help our community. Remember, many of you have families who have died, or dying, or been diagnosed, and there is no age limit. The youngest one that I know of so far is 28. These are young men and women, and it is our responsibility. It's not my responsibility, but it's our responsibility as members and leaders of our community to find ways to help these people that we cannot get help from the federal government. You know, Medicaid doesn't cover for them. So we need this money as resources, especially for the Cancer Coalition of the CCA, to help them help our people. They rely on this money. And this is not a lot of money, it's very few. It's a very small amount. And so I'm here pleading, getting away from my patient, to ask for your consideration to continue this, this resource that will help our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor is still open for public comments. Again, please state your name for the record and the entity you represent. Thank you.
Afterday, hello, and hello. My name is Sean Del Suelis Kepa, and I am one of the firefighters that's going against the COVID vaccination, the coronavirus, along with my fellow brothers and sisters up and right there in the back. We believe that it's still in its clinical stage, and we're not ready to take it until it has been approved by the FDA. We do not know what will happen within 5, 10 years from now. We've been going through this. We've been, of course, we're medical professionals also within our field, pre-hospital setting. We all know about drugs and or medications and what it does to our patients years down the line. You take colchicine, of course it'll flush your system out of all the acids, but then it'll affect your liver. That is just one of the things that we don't know about what's going on right now. This has only been a year since it's been tested or given to the people. Still no stages, no stats has been given to us. It also states in one of the papers that if you plan to be fertile, you can opt not to take it. Well, that's why we're here, is we're here doing our job, and they're saying either you take the vaccine or you lose plans for families in the future. I got a sister back there that she's scared. She really wants to have a family, but because this thing's being imposed upon us. She doesn't know what to do. Ever since this thing happened, we've been going out transporting. We had the task force. When it started, they said, okay, when you come across a patient with exhibiting signs and symptoms of showing signs and symptoms for the coronavirus, which would be fever, diarrhea, vomiting, let us know and we'll transport them. It only lasted for a few weeks, give it 3 weeks. Then we end up taking them ourselves. From then till now, none of us, we've been sitting in the back with the patients for 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the village and the traffic going from their residence to the hospital. We've been doing it for now, and none of us has been contracted or has contracted the virus. We always take proper we always take proper precautions. It's been going on before this happened. Every time you see us on scene since 2009, during the 90s, we're there. Gloves, mask, and our facial, if need be. And now this being imposed upon us is really, why do we need to get it when some of us opt out, yet we can still contract it, right? You get the vaccine, you contract it. You can still spread it. You don't get it, same thing. So we're really hurting here. Our families really support us. Our patients support us. Their family members support us. How much more will it take till our voices are heard? It's like people are just saying, oh, thank you for doing your job, but then when it comes to us voicing our concerns, we're unappreciated. That's how we feel. And as firefighters, you can take the ICS class, 300 and 400. That involves multi-agencies, government agencies. You got CHC, you got DPS, you got Homeland, and the instructors from the mainland always says the same thing. Firefighters, can you guys please just sit down and let the other agencies take control of the scene? You guys have been practicing it for the longest time. So how does that look? It makes us feel happy, but then how does that look that we don't know what we're doing? We constantly train we train every 2 years on the medics. We have to update our EMT skills, get national registered. Same thing goes. The station right here in Capitol Hill, you see us every morning. We practice, we train, we get ready for the next day. The guys that train that operation that works that day, they go back to their stations, continue the 24 hours duty shift. Everybody here, including myself, really feel bad that this is what it's come down to, and no one wants to help us out. And we just want to let our concerns be known. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaipan. Floor is still open.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Corina Magovnia, and I am here representing myself as a concerned constituent. I am here for 2 reasons. The first reason is to support the proposed HB 22-33, also referred to as the Legislative Appropriations of Fiscal Recovery Funds Act in its entirety. The purpose and intent of this bill is clear and to the point, and so I don't have any additional comment on this bill. Secondly, I am here to respectfully ask those representatives who may be in disagreement or opposition of the proposed HB 22-33 to kindly help us, your constituents, understand the rationale behind your opposition of this bill. I believe that we can all agree that $500 million is a ton of money, a lot of money. And so in my personal and professional opinion, I feel that it demands and should require additional fiscal oversight to ensure proper accountability and transparency. Now, while supporters of this bill understand the pros, I would like to ask those in opposition that you please enlighten us all on the cons, if any. And lastly, to reiterate Ms. Flores' statement, remember who you work for, okay? Because you were voted here by your constituents to represent their best interests. So please keep that in mind, because next year when you come knocking on their door, they will remember the vote that you guys have taken today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magovnia. The floor is still open for public comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and fellow members of this House. My name is Edith De Leon Guerrero. I'm here to speak on behalf of the people. I am also an elected official for the 3rd Senatorial District for Saipan. But regardless, what I'm going to be speaking about, it does affect also the other citizens of the other 2 senatorial districts, which is for Road and Tinian. I would like to seek your attention and support for House Bill 22-19. Interestingly, as I was reading the bill that is drafted by Representative Tina Sablan, thank you very much for that, I noticed that Public Law 11-25 was effectuated a while back. And as I'm reading the tax code, essentially, in my opinion, this is really a very crafty way to steal money from the people. It truly is. We cannot be a government to enact legislation and put legislation into place to steal from the people. A tax credit is intended to benefit the people. The federal government gave the earned income tax credit specifically to help people that are living in poverty, that truly need the assistance of this money. Even though it happened in the 11th legislature, here we are today trying to make a decision if this is what we should do. I'm going to tell you this. This is the right thing to do. We need to stop taking away from the people. We need to stop stealing from the people. The earned income tax credit belongs to the people that definitely need this. I ask you to support it. Your parents, perhaps some of you are living good. Perhaps your bank account is living good. But the majority of the population, more than 60%, are not living good. They're struggling out there to make ends meet. And who are we as elected officials? Who are we? We are here to represent the people, and we are here to protect them. So please, I ask you to fully support House Bill 22-19. On House Bill 22-33, accountability and transparency, this is very, very important. We all know that this is not our money. This is not money that is generated within the Commonwealth. This is money that was generated from the U.S. taxpayers that are living in California, across the United States. This is money that was generated in those states, not from within the Commonwealth, and we ought to be thankful for that. But at the same time, we need to be accountable. Accountability and transparency is very important. There is no way, ask yourselves the question, would you allow someone else to manage your bank account without you knowing what's going on with your money? I don't think so, right? Similarly, the U.S. taxpayers across the country would like to see how their money is managed. How is it being used? We have to be a responsible government. We need to approve and pass 22-33 because we have to be accountable. Interestingly, I'm just reading this now, March 18, 2021, SFL 2021-089. I was looking at it and highlighted some section about retiring the outstanding cumulative deficit that continues to loom over the Commonwealth's finances. The truth of the matter is, I urge all of you to read the act that gave this money to the Commonwealth. It talks about a covered period. A lot of the deficit that took place in the Commonwealth did not happen during coronavirus. Let's realize that. Coronavirus is the covered period moving forward, beginning February or March of 2020 to date. The deficits happened in prior fiscal years. How can you justify that as a government? That you're going to take this money, $500 million to retire your deficit? Really? Accounting should not be that difficult. Whatever money you generate today, you use this money to cover the money that you lost from coronavirus period, the covered period, and move forward. And whatever money you generate today, you use that money and take care of your deficit in prior years. That's how you can be accountable. That is how you can prove to America that you did not abuse their money. I ask you to support 22-33 and be an august body that has the standards and the ethical standards that you will own up to accountability and transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator De Leon Guerrero. Floor is still open for public comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. My name is Florence Sablon. I'm here as a private citizen concerned about House Bill 22-33. I ask and beg you guys to support this bill. You've heard but a few of us here. The frustration of Marissa Flores, Corina, that's just a few. But if you hear the voices of our people out there, especially the mothers, I know that I think all of us here are Catholics. It's Lent season. One of the things during Lent they ask you is examine your conscience. All of us here, adults, we all know what's right and what's wrong. We know, yet we go ahead and do the wrong thing to benefit ourselves, our families, or our party. You are here representing our people, not your party, not your governor. Like Edith said, this is not our money, so use it wisely. Come on, you know people are suffering. Children, because of the COVID, not going to school or are scared to go to school. Like Marissa said, this has been going on for too long. The corruption in the politics. It's gotta stop. We gotta show good examples to our children. And how much more from the federal government to come here and to be abused by political leaders. Is this what we're teaching our kids? Honestly, people out there, maybe you don't hear all of them, just but a few, but they're frustrated, they're tired. And you know what? A lot of our kids that are becoming 18, they don't care to register to vote anymore. For what? For a bunch of losers like up here? Are they getting anything in return? It's the same old shit. That's what they say. Same old, same old. Whoever's in the administration hires their supporters, whether you qualify or not. Let's stop doing that. We are all parents, grandparents. Again, You are here working for our people, not for Ralph Torres, not for your party. Please examine your conscience and make the right decision. It's never too late to do the right thing. Okay? Please think about it.
Thank you, Ms. Sablan. Clerk, please, for record purposes, please omit the foul language. Thank you. Floor is still open for public comment.
Buenas tardes, Honorable Representante Siya. Ko si Joseph Mundo Castro, retirado de Pano Public Safety Commissioner. Sila danon tato Marianas jo paguna momento dan cero jo dan dispensa sa papagaw jo. Ginin mamala jo ubati si bento udah cocok apa nila sinyaw. Janu me ekong kolokwi afa masusestende gi Commonwealth. Is di kigay gi jo gi Washington State, by the way, the Tacoma. Si Ambrose Bennett, seso manggig editorial for public corruption. Hafa ito to Marianas na tada kumakwentus. We ekongok, batuzo wagi ki Commonwealth. Pura for corruption, uhungok. Gawatuzo pago na después dito ni honorables abay sa putta edyo na bill ilo area de chuli 22-33 de I introduce si honorable Dano Maglonia utungo na gininlutan no na sinyot daw tutungo git personal uhungo kaji tatanya daw utungo si tatanya dati batuzo po parentela batuzo pabay paisin hamzo para inexaminan maisa kada uno gid hamzo. Examine your purpose here at the legislature. You are a policy makers. You have to remove personal relationship. For example, the governor, he might be a Democrat or Republican, and you are a Republican or Democrat. When it comes to this place, you have to make a wise decision, remove your personal relationship, and look at the intent of the bill, whether it benefits the people of the Commonwealth of whatever precinct or district you're representing. Think about it. The money that is coming from the federal is subjected to be audited in the near future. It's not a Santa Claus that give and forget. Here in the Commonwealth, we have a procurement office. We have the public office, the public auditor. We have the Attorney General white collar crime. What are they doing? When I was there, tell me something. I will investigate and I will make sure that I will turn every stone upside down and bring somebody to justice. And I've done it. I work parallel with the federal government, and I still look upon that. I hope they do what they need to do, and you here, each of you, use your knowledge. Do not give up your power. Be proud of your power as a lawmaking body here. Don't just give everything. Negotiate. The power of negotiation lies here. What the governor wants, regardless of Democrat or Republican or independent governor, you have the room to negotiate. But if you give 40% to the governor or 100%, What are your purpose here? How can you account? Where can the accountability comes in? In government, all public vehicles, DPS vehicles, that not belong to DPS, that will controlled by the procurement office and supply. The commissioner just cannot take the car and dismantle everything without the approval of procurement director. If he does that, he's violating the law. I will use a car on another vehicle, but approved by the procurement to cannibalize. However, I know, I heard Senator Edith Guerrero spoke about the other bill, about the child care or whatever, that the intent is good. The 22, the 33 intent is good. So, Democrat or Republican, congressman and congresswoman, read the intent and use your mind wisely. Ipinot sa muro, sanggit mamambasto, wakanay, di todo konsultay tali. Goti, sa sinyon halday tali, yung control igwaka. Parewa, dan istisyon sa segregini. I don't really need to come up here and keep talking. But if I have to, I will be here. Precinct 2 representatives, remember that's where I vote. I have a gate. Maybe I also do the same thing here, like here. Before you come in, security check. But really, do what is good for the people that you're representing. When you drive on the road, ask yourself, are you satisfied with the bumping of the tires on the road? Everybody has that responsibility to call in. The junk cars on the village, where is the sanitation? There's all kinds of things that need to be looked at here as congressman and congresswoman. Please, I have faith that you could do your job. You still have time for me to decide. And you heard those people that spoke earlier before me. They did an awesome speech. And my speech is not written, like Mr. Daneshu said, it's coming from the heart. So, remember one thing too. I might be on precinct 2, but my blood and friends are all over this island from north to south, east to west. Si Diyos Masi para todos Sanjo.
Just Mossy, Mr. Kafu, floor is still open. Okay, please proceed, Mr. Inhalation.
My name is Fabian Delish again for the record, and it's going to be very short because I forgot to say something. But I reflect back on the inauguration day when all of you guys are sitting in here, expressing your dream and how you want to be bonding together and making decision as one in here, and to also be mindful that this legislature should be responsible for the what do you call that, a check and balance, take charge with it. The one thing I'm going to ask you, because I can still see that the split of the party in here, which is really sad. No, ask yourself a question before you vote today. No, that most of you guys are voting today because of your party and Republican, and the Republican is the governor, which I don't trust. Now, what? No, this is only one question right now. What if the governor is a Democrat and it's clearly no? You're gonna probably no favor this bill because you wanna be in charge. For you to not trust clearly because you're gonna change your mind. This is just a question for you to answer yourself. Don't answer to me. Think about that. Right now, I see that you guys are voting because of your party. Knock it off. So answer this to yourself. that if Kilili was the governor right now over there, you will vote in favor of this no without any doubt in me. I swear to God, I know that for a fact. You will vote it in an instant that no, I support this 22 to 33 because we are no now for some reason you're gonna change your mind. I'm really digging into the way you guys think, and that's important. Not no, to remind you that no, you guys all up to date with all the no, crap of things happening on this island. So I don't need to list down, what I should insult you, what you should know. You are all exposed with all this stuff. Thank you very much and good luck with your votes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ndaleshu. Okay.
My name is Marissa Flores, and I'm not in my personal capacity this time. I'm here under Micronesian Legal Services Corporation, and I could not help but hear the firefighters who are today's paper express their sentiment about the apparent furlough, the possibility of a furlough should they decide not to get the vaccination. I'm happy to tell you that I did do my due diligence, and I referred them down to Micronesian Legal Services. And I do need to also tell you that last year we did not get any funding. And today I'm not here asking for funding, but that's 20 people of a staff of 2 attorneys. I'm not sure we might be able to help them. I did put in my request for funding. And I'll tell you now, if COVID is expected to continue for the next 2 years, and if we don't manage and we do not do our fiduciary responsibility, you'll be seeing a lot of that. And my office will require local funding to attend to the local individuals that are locally funded through this body. They might not be protected under federal funds. They might be protected under local funds, but they'll be the first one to be sacrificed. Now that's an injustice. So please consider Micronesian Legal Service, and I'd just like to tell you that I did my due diligence. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Floor is still open. All right, if there's no more public comments, I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I offer a motion to suspend Rule 3, Section 6, so that the House amends its rules and agenda to include unnumbered bills, resolutions, and communications not filed within the clerk's office 72 hours in advance when the notice for session was given and was posted. So moved.
A motion has been made by the floor leader and has been seconded. Discussion? All right, ready? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Sorry, my apologies. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Vata? Representative Bato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta?
Yes.
Representative Sheila Babalta?
Yes.
Representative Blanco?
Yes.
Representative Joel Camacho?
Good.
Representative Sanchez Camacho?
Yes.
Representative Paz? Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
Good.
Representative Zama? Representative Gloria?
Yes.
Representative Probst?
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan?
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan?
Good.
Representative Cindy Claus?
Yes.
Representative Stafford?
Yes.
Representative Yantamine?
I would.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Representative Adda?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all 20 members voted yes.
With all 20 members voting yes, the motion hereby passes. We now move to introduction of bills. I now recognize Representative Donald Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introducing House Bill number 22-33 to require legislative appropriation for all coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund monies allocated for the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands by U.S. Congress pursuant to Title VI of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 801 et sec, as amended by the American Rescue Plan, and for other purposes, introduced by myself and co-sponsored by several others. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I kindly ask that this bill be placed on today's calendar.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. I recognize the floor leader for the proper motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I will offer a motion to suspend Rule 9, Section 8, referrals of bills and resolution to place House Bill number 22-33 on today's bill calendar. So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made to place House Bill 22-33 on calendar and has been seconded. Discussion. Recognize Representative John Paul Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, when we had our last session a couple of days ago, I want to ask the mover, what is the sense of urgency and the rush on putting this piece of proposed legislation to the bill calendar? The other thing, we have communications from the Department of Finance and the Office of Attorney General that spoke about the proposed legislation. And I think it's very important, Mr. Speaker and members, that we dilute such a communication as it relates to the proposed legislation. So I wanted to ask, if it's not too much to ask, the mover that if we could consider that we refer this proposed legislation to the Committee on Ways and Means so that he can meet with the agencies that are making comments with regards to House Bill number 22-33. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Sablan. I recognize the author, Representative Donald Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to Rep. John Paul's question, my position remains where the urgency of this bill is that in order for the funds to come in, we need to see a spending plan from the governor. And what we're trying to do is to ensure accountability and transparency in doing so by allowing the legislature to approve the spending plan. And so with that, the concerns brought up last session was that we get comments from these agencies, and that's, I went out and sought these comments and I provided it to the members today. I believe it will be submitted for under communications. And so with that said, I stand by my earlier position. Thank you.
Recognize Representative John Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the response from our good colleague from the First Senatorial, Representative Donald Manglonia. I just a bit really concerned because some of these communications from the departments that our good colleague, the mover, has solicited comments are proposing that there's no need for such proposed legislation to be passed. And he mentioned earlier that part of this American Rescue Plan, the only requirement that is needed here is the spending plan from the administration. It does not necessarily need that we appropriate such a funding. So just want to state that for the record, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative John Paul. Any other member under discussion? Recognize Representative Lee Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague here, the author, alluded that the administration provide a spending plan. The last session, my statement was, has anyone received a plan from the administration? I haven't seen one. I think that to effectuate this piece of legislation, so we can say that whatever the spending plan of this administration, let's put it in this piece of legislation. That way it solidifies the legislation itself, that this is how the spending plan, just like when the administration enact a budget proposal, everything is spelled out, stipulated how this money is going to be used. I think that's the proper way. None of us have seen a spending plan, but we're ready to enact this piece of legislation. Why can't we wait for a spending plan? Has anyone reached out to the administration for a spending plan? That's the question that we should be asking ourselves. What's the purpose of this piece of legislation if there's no spending plan? I know for a fact that the 1.9 trillion that the president signed, there's strict strengthening in how this money is going to be spent. And as the state, which is the governor, it puts him on the spot that if he use this money, not as stated on the bill itself, then he's responsible to answer. So again, I kind of like to see the spending plan incorporated in this piece of legislation to solidify this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lee Pon. I recognize Representative Cristina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. The motion that's being sought is to place this bill on calendar, and I would like to respectfully ask that we dispose of that motion. We can get to the merits of the bill if and when this bill gets to the calendar. And at this time, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. And rather than rehashing the same arguments that were already made just a couple days ago in our session here, again on the issue of whether to place this bill on the calendar, can we please move forward, take a vote, and go from there? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sablan. I recognize Representative Sheila Babalta and then Rep. Ivan Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the author, Rep. Donald Manglonia, for providing the comments to us members. And I also want to thank the agencies that provided such comments on short notice. I believe there is a sense of urgency. There is a motion currently on the floor. I do support pushing this and placing it on calendar because the law was already signed by President Biden. In the coming weeks, we can expect the funding. And so that is why there is a sense of urgency. There is still a process for the bill to move through the Senate. And so I support placing this on the calendar, and I'm ready to vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sheila Babalta. I now recognize Representative Ivan Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to
reiterate that the reason why we keep rehashing the arguments is because there's not enough information or discussion on this bill to place it on calendar. And I think it is prudent that this bill be discussed over with relevant agencies, including every member of this body, so we can come to a consensus how to move forward with it. That is the only reason why in our last session I made the motion that we place we have the speaker refer the bill to the proper committee, which is Ways and Means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Blanco. Any other member?
Ready.
Ready. All right, the motion is on the floor to place House Bill number 22-33.
Mr. Speaker, may I?
Recognize Representative Blanco.
I just want to ask the question whether placing this bill on calendar without referring to the committee is a move by those persons who want to place it on calendar, that there would not be any discussion on the bill, further discussion on the bill in committee.
Recognize Sheila Mabel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I support placing it on the calendar is because of the sense of urgency. We always encourage discussion. We always encourage debate on the floor. Right now, the motion that stands is, the motion on the floor is to place it on the calendar. That is something I support so that we can continue this conversation, this debate, when the bill is on calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Blanco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair, about that. But the way I'm seeing it is by placing this on the calendar, we are essentially not allowing further review of the bill or any comments from other members for us to reach a consensus on how to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think that's why that's where the discussion is going to happen on calendar. That's where the debate and discussion will take place. Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, I understand that. But that's where the debate happens on the merits of the bill. But the further research on the bill usually happens in the committee. As most of the bills that were introduced were probably 90% or so of them were referred to committee for further work. And I just like to state that I feel that we do not want to discuss this bill further in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Blanco. Recognize Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I do want to remind my dear colleagues that this is, for several of us, not our first rodeo. We've been at this before, where we've passed legislation in the past on first and final reading, and we've been told the same thing, that we will discuss the merits or debate it when the bill comes up for debate, and when we are going to debate it. I think we've explained ourselves about the sense of urgency with this, and obviously we have very differing opinions on it, but we might as well dispose of the motion as was said earlier, and I move for that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Probst.
One clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize Representative.
If we can, before we take the vote, can we ask the floor to reiterate the suspension of pertinent rules?
Thank you. Recognize floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's to suspend Rule 9, Section 8.
Thank you, so clarified.
Thank you, Representative John Paul Sablan. The motion is on the floor. All in favor of the motion, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. House Bill 22-33 is now placed on calendar. We now move down to House local bills. There are none. Can I call for a quick recess real quick? We'll rise back to session. I apologize for that, members. Just for clarification, since the floor leader and the motion was to suspend the pertinent rules to allow for, communications that were not submitted 72 hours, within the 72 hours. I just want to ask the members if there are any other communications or unnumbered bills that they'd like to put on today's agenda. Recognize Representative Lee.
If there's no objection, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to place 22-5, which has been requested by the Office of Planning Development. This piece of legislation was vetoed by the governor with respect to the reporting. The council needs to meet as we speak to develop Western Garapan, and this piece of legislation is still sitting at committee, and it's not a complicated legislation. Most of us that were here voted for it, and I appreciate if we can place it on calendar. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Objection.
Quick recess. Sorry, quick recess. All right, we'll rise back to session. And again, as mentioned before recess, the suspension of pertinent rules regarding communications and unnumbered bills, resolutions, which did not meet the 72 hours. If there's any other member out there that'd like to introduce it for today's agenda. Ready? Okay. So we'll move forward. To the next item of the agenda, House local bills, there are none. House legislative initiatives, there are none. Item number 5, introduction of resolutions. I recognize Representative Ivan Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please to help introduce House Resolution number 22-5 to extend our sincere condolences and sympathies to the family of the late Bob Reynolds and to honor his memory, whose worthy endeavors contributed to the quality of life in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. There's no objection, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move introduce it as a committee as a whole and perhaps place on calendar.
No objection.
No objection. No objection, members?
No objection.
Okay, thank you, members. With that, House Resolution 22-5 is now introduced as the committee as a whole and will be placed on today's resolution calendar. We move down to House Joint Resolutions. There are none. House Commemorative Resolutions. There are none. House Concurrent Resolutions. None. Item number 6, I now recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under item 6, messages from the governor, we just have one item, Governor's Communication 22-22.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Governor's Communication 22-22 will be referred to the Committee on Health and Welfare. We now move down to item number 7, Senate Communications. I recognize the clerk.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Under item 7, Senate Communications, we have 2 communications for House action. Senate Communication 22-7 and Senate Communication 22-8.
Thank you, Clerk, and I'll recognize the floor leader for the proper motion to accept Senate Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now offer a motion to accept Senate Communication 22-7 and 28, so it becomes property of the House. So moved.
Okay. A motion has been made by the floor leader to accept Senate Communications. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Ready? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Communication 22-7 will be referred to the Committee on Education, and Senate Communication 22-8 will also be referred to the Committee on Education. We now move down to item number 8, House Communications. There are none. Item number 9, communication from the judicial branch. There's none. Communications from the departments and agencies. There are none. Now move down to item number 11. My apologies, members. Under communications from departments and agencies, I now recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under item 10, communications from departments and agency, which the House amended to include Department and Agency Communication 22-10, 22-11, and 22-12, all pertaining to comments on House Bill 22-33.
Thank you, clerk. Any discussion on the?
Yeah, can we have, Mr. Speaker? Can we have the clerk number it? Which one is 1 or 2?
My apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Please, clerk.
Department and Agency Communication 22-10 reflects the Department of Finance comments.
Okay.
Department and Agency Communication 22-11 reflects OPA comments. And lastly, the Department and Agency Communication 22-12 reflects the AG's comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Representative Sablan. Thank you, Clerk. My apologies. Any discussion? Ready? Okay, we'll move down to item number 11, miscellaneous communications. I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under item 11, miscellaneous communications, we have one item, miscellaneous communication 22-17.
Thank you, clerk. Any discussion on the miscellaneous communication 22-17? Ready? Thank you, members. We move down to item 12, reports of standing committees. There are none. Item 13, reports of special and conference committees. There are none. Item 14, unfinished business. There are none. And members, we would like to take care of some bills, so we will skip the resolution calendar and proceed first with the bill calendar. Recognize Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask what is the reason why behind that we need to skip the resolution calendar? I think we only have two for action today. That's what is being introduced today and the proposed House amendment, rules amendments. Can we have an explanation for the record? Why are we keep skipping the amendment for the House rules?
As we discussed in the leadership, we would like to tackle on the House bills before we get on the rules. There are some bills that I know there's a bill there that will be very contentious, and other bills that are not as contentious, and we would like to take care of those bills before we do the rules.
And if I may, Mr. Speaker, and that's my great concern, because our official rules right now is very disadvantageous right now for some of these bills in the event it goes in a tie, and I wanted to clarify. I mean, we should tackle the proposed amendment by the ad hoc. I know that the ad hoc committee that you created has worked so hard for the amendments for our House rules, and I really encourage that we start debating on it or deliberating on this proposed amendments.
Ready.
Thank you, Representative John Paul Sablan. Recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Sablan, for asking the question. To reiterate the view of the Speaker and the other members of the leadership, we do have some pretty momentous legislation on the bill calendar. It's now at 4:30, and we haven't even gotten to the voting part yet. We have received quite a lot of public comments. We think that it's important to take up the bills on our calendar for all the reasons of urgency that were cited today, as well as at our last session, and we can come to the rules after we just go through the bill calendar. Thank you.
Representative John Paul, and I'd like to recognize Representative Blanco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand there's a certain clause that was added by our ad hoc committee, and I commend them for their work, that pertains to introduction of bills and the movement of such, whereby any bill that's introduced must go to committee, and further that if there's questions on the bill, it must lay for at least one legislative day prior to final passage. I'm just asking questions. What is it? Is the reason why we're skipping the House Resolution number 22-3 to avoid having placing House Bill 22-33, House Bill 22-19, House Bill 22-21, House Bill 22-46 to be on calendar or to be referred to committee? Is that the reason why we're skipping the proposed House resolution, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Rep. Blanco. As I stated earlier, the reason why we are jumping to the bill calendar is to act on these bills. And we would like to prioritize these bills before the rules.
If I may, Mr.
Recognize Representative John Paul Sablan.
I understand and I thank you for your explanation, Mr. Speaker, but as I mentioned, our existing official rules right now is disadvantageous for this body to act on a close vote. And the disadvantageous is that when we get into a tie vote, you're the only one, Mr. Speaker, that can break the tie. And that's the reason why I'm asking, is that the reason why we're skipping the resolution calendar to avoid, because the proposed House Resolution 22-3 changes those provisions and amended, and this is the work of the ad hoc committee. And I think it's important that we deliberate on it before we go to bill calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Recognize.
Thank you. I think that this debate now only reinforces our view that we should act on the bill calendar, which is the call of the leadership, and which we discussed at length. There are bills of urgency that we'd like to dispose of today, and as you've already just illustrated, Rep. Sablan, Peter Blanco, the rules will be contentious as well. We could be here all night. Right now, as it stands, those rules are officially the rules of this house. So we've been using them, and and we will get to that debate as well, I'm sure, today or possibly at a future session. Who knows? But the priority for today is the bill, are the bills on our bill calendar.
Recognize Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for your explanation, Representative Sablan. But if it is not too much to ask, can we take a vote, Mr. Speaker?
Objection.
And the vote is to proceed to the resolution calendar or not.
Objection.
And I recommend that we use a roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Sablan. I'd like to call for a short recess. session, before we went on recess, Representative John Paul Sablan had the floor and had a request. Representative Sablan, would you like to restate that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My request was, can we take a vote, roll call? And the vote will be to act on the House Resolution number 22-3 on the resolution calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Objection.
Thank you. Before I move on, I thank you for that, Representative Sablan. But under my authority on Rule 2, Section G, I have the authority in all points of order. We're not going to be completely skipping the resolution calendar. We've done in the past where we skip certain items and come back. So I'm going to assert that authority, and we're going to proceed with the bill calendar. Thank you very much. So on to the bill calendar. I now recognize the floor for proper motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, before I offer a motion to pass House Bill 22-33, I move to suspend Rule 7, Section 9, Committee's report and other documents, and Rule 9, Section 9 and 10. So
Second.
A motion has been made for the floor leader to suspend pertinent rules to pass House Bill number 22-33. Again, this is for the suspension of rules, and has been seconded. Discussion?
Ready?
Ready? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. We'll proceed. I recognize the floor leader.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I offer a motion to pass House Bill 22-33, a bill for an act to require legislative appropriation for all coronavirus state and fiscal recovery funds monies allocated for the Commonwealth or the Northern Mariana Islands by the United States Congress pursuant to Title 4 of the Social Security Act, Section 42 USC 801. I'm not sure of the acronyms, as amended by the American Rescue Plan and for other purposes. So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made by the floor leader for the adoption of House Bill 22-3 and has been seconded. Discussion. Recognize Representative Donald Mangualina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, and for the viewing public, just a brief summary of this bill. The purpose of House Bill 2233 is to require for a joint resolution to approve the spending plan of the governor, and to also allow for a legislative appropriation for all monies allocated to the Commonwealth under the American Rescue Plan. Now, legislative appropriation is necessary to ensure that the Commonwealth receives payment by properly certifying to the Secretary of State that the funds will be spent for approved purposes under the American Relief Act of 2021. Other legislatures nationwide have passed or are considering passing similar legislation and implementing oversight and disbursement procedures relating to federal stimulus funds to ensure transparency and accountability. Now, some concerns were brought up last session, and those concerns were addressed through these communications that we received, as well as a legal opinion by our legal counsel. Now, the bill takes into account how the money is spent, and to summarize that, the money that the American Rescue Plan seeks to fund the response costs associated with COVID-19, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, and to aid with tourism, travel, and hospitality. It also seeks to provide premium payment for essential workers, funding for government's loss of revenue, and huge investment in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Now, it is clear that there are restrictions, and these restrictions include that we should not use the funds to offset any deduction in net tax revenue, as well as deposit any of these funds into any pension fund. Now, with HB 2233, we can work towards rebuilding an economy and strengthening our fiscal position today, so that the Commonwealth in the future has a better position when tourism comes back and when these funds have already been expended. Our legislative oversight serves as a check on the executive branch, and it's especially paramount in ensuring that the executive branch is carrying out the law as intended. Now, it is our duty to ensure that we ensure that safeguards are in place so that these funds that are spent are in accordance with the law. Now, this places the responsibility on the branches of government and not any one individual. Now, with this process, we are being transparent, and this shows that we are being accountable for how these funds are spent and to ensure that none of these funds are misspent. And so with that, members, I seek your full support in the passage of this bill. We've heard from the public. It seems like majority supports this bill and the intention of this bill. I understand that if you have read the comments from Department of Finance and the Office of the Public Auditor, some of the concerns, it seems like they weren't addressed also with the CARES Act funding. We haven't received reports on how the CARES Act funds were spent. And so this legislation here is to allow for us to be part of the process in appropriating the funds, as well as understanding how it's spent, where it's spent, and so forth. And so again, members, Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to explain more on this bill. And again, I seek your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Magnolia. Any further discussion? Recognize Representative Sheila Mabel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we are a separate but equal branch of government. To ensure the government is effective and citizens' rights are protected, each branch has its own powers and responsibilities, including working with other branches. And this is what this bill aims to do, to work with the executive branch and provide us, the legislature, a seat at the decision-making table. The $550 million that we are expected to receive in the coming weeks is a lot of money. That's more than 5 times the annual budget that we passed last fiscal year. This is about asserting our power as the legislature, asserting our power of the purse, and fully representing our constituents as set forth by the CNMI Constitution. This is not about party lines. This is about full and equal representation. Other states and territories have implemented or are implementing some type of accountability measure or oversight over the millions and even billions of dollars these states and territories are set to receive. And we here in the CNMI must do our part. We've heard there are federal laws and other obligations that may be imposed by the US. We've heard further authorization or appropriation is unnecessary. We've heard it is not required to receive these funds that we have that appropriation power. Yes, it is not required by the federal government, but it is required for checks and balance here in our Commonwealth. As we've heard today, we represent the people of the Commonwealth. Let us examine our purpose. Let us do what is good for the people we represent. This is about your local government, your local leaders. It is a time-sensitive piece of legislation. It is now federal law. We can expect the funds to come into the CNMI within the next couple of weeks. This piece of legislation will require the governor to submit that spending plan that some of our colleagues keep asking about, submit that to the legislature for review and approval, not just for our House, but for the Senate as well. This is very similar to the budget process. I believe this is one of our most important jobs as legislators, is to hold the executive branch accountable. We each receive calls and messages from our constituents about their concerns in their own departments, their own funding sources. And this is one way we can respond. $515 million is a lot. That is a lot. We can turn many things around. We can turn our healthcare system around, our education system, our public safety, all the foundations of a successful community. And we have to do it together. We have to be at the decision-making table. One person to have all that authority is just not right. And right now, as we've heard, during that 1 hour of public comment, there's very little trust in our community, very little trust for this government. This is one way we can respond to our constituents, and we can show them that we are working on building that trust together here in the House and with the executive branch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Sheila Mabalta. Recognize Representative Probst.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to make my comments. I don't have too much to add. That was really excellent comments, colleague. Thank you. I do want to say this, that Mr. Fabian Andresio said something earlier that during the public comments that said, if it were a different governor, would this be a different case? If our delegate, Congressman Kennedy Sablan, were governor, would we still all feel the same? And I would absolutely want, regardless of whoever is the governor, to also have the ability to have that seat at the table. I think each and every one of us should have a seat at the table. That's part of the reason why we're here. And in all honesty, I'm surprised that the governor wouldn't support this. Why wouldn't he reach out to us and say, you know what, this is a lot of money. I want your help. Can you help me spend this insane amount of money that we're getting from the federal government, and so that we can do it carefully, so that we, as you mentioned, Congressman, that we can build the trust of our people together, and to do it without partisanship, to do it that we will discuss it, we will debate it, and we will ensure that this funding is going to help the ones that need it the most especially. Not just big corporations that are going to be getting crazy sole source contracts or anything like that, but those in our community. Colleagues, you know it. You guys are out just as I am. When we meet with our constituents who are suffering, who have nothing, we have the ability to ensure that this money is spent wisely and prudently. I want to be a part of that. And I'm not going to make it political. I want to give my 2 cents and represent my constituents to the best of my ability. I think each and every one of us should want that same thing, that opportunity to ensure that this money is being invested in our people. Most especially, as we always talk about, the most vulnerable. Those that can't even get assistance because of all sorts of reasons. These are the ones that I care most about, because they are the ones that have no one to turn to. And you know who they are, because they often call you as much as they do me. And we want to give. Right now, my dear colleagues, we will be in this position to give and to ensure that we maximize this investment into our people, into our Commonwealth. So I hope that we can look at this not as something that is partisan, not something that will divide us, but something that will unite us, because we will be working together with the governor, and then we can make those decisions together as one body. I urge you to support this. This is an important bill. The intent also of this bill, and to ensure that there are those checks and balances to help build the trust of our people. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Probst. Any further discussion? Representative Vicente Camacho.
This is more a comment or a statement, but HB 22 is about $515 million. Money sent from heaven. Our job as my government is to protect this gift from heaven. I hope that as we sit here to make such a crucial decision, that we realize that all that we do is for the people. I hope that our goal, our good judgment overrides our emotional judgment and pass this bill. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Camacho. Any further discussion? Representative Staffler.
Thank you. The way I look at it, HB 22-33 would establish that the monies coming from the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund shall be subjected to appropriation by our legislature and establish a task force to monitor expenditures for this compliance. As we've heard over and over again, legislative oversight is the fundamental tool to check and balance the operations of our government. Legislative oversight, as a process, seeks to ensure that the executive and its authorized agencies remain responsive and accountable to the people who put us in our chairs today. This is not something new. Many legislatures across the US have asserted their powers by limiting executive powers, either by changing executive order termination dates, shortening the length of days in emergency declaration, or changing the scope of power outlined in their EOs. Several legislatures have laws circulating now that would grant legislative authority to appropriate these federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. We are not alone. What is really interesting to me is that it is not something that only one party is doing. Across the US legislatures, both Republican and Democrats are exerting their power of the purse. The reasoning these lawmakers give, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, is that we are simply asking that the governor include all others in decision-making processes. This legislation will allow for public input. This legislation will allow for cooperation among all three branches of government and ensure checks and balances. As we've been reminded by our public commenters, this law only exerts the rightful authority of the legislature in accordance with the law. And most importantly, it will provide a new level of transparency because, as our colleague Representative Sablan referenced, the AG response said, as our colleague Representative Sablan referenced the AG response, that while he's right, we don't need a law to access the money, we do need a law enabling legislation for oversight, and that's what this law will do. The urgency of this legislation is that the money is coming, and we need to have that oversight in place in order to work towards restoring the public trust in government. When I listen to the public commenters, thank you so much for coming today, I hear a consistent level of distrust. When I look at the data found from the 21st Legislature's Minority Report, this further supports the mistrust that has been festering in our community. And we need to have a level of oversight with this bill. And so I thank you for letting me have this chance to support it.
Thank you, Representative Staffler. I recognize Representative Angel Demopon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a short question for our council. And I bring this up because when the rescue plan was first floated in Congress, there was word that we're going to have 2 years to spend that money. And for us in the CNMI, it was 2 years to spend 2 fiscal years worth of money, or maybe even higher than in our previous or our recent fiscal year. So in moving forward with the idea of appropriating the rescue plan funds, I just want to ask clarification from council that our appropriation authority rests within the limitation of 1 fiscal year. If the answer is yes, does that mean that we have to spend all $515 million in 1 fiscal year? And that's worrisome because I don't think the Commonwealth is prepared to spend it in 2 years as provided by the rescue plan. And by way of appropriation, we're going to shorten that time frame. And so there are a lot of issues that we are facing here in the CNMI. And when we get to infrastructure projects, do we have the pool of workers here to make sure we complete our expenditure? I think we all want to spend this money. We all want to make sure that this money goes back to our community. But are we restricting ourselves by the fiscal year limitation of an appropriations bill? I think that that's important to be clarified by council.
Thank you, Representative Demopon. Recognize legal counsel.
I would have loved a lot of time to research and put a lot of thought into that question, which I think is very profound. But my simple answer is I do not believe that there are any fiscal year limitations set forth by our CNMI Constitution, because as you mentioned, these are federally issued funds, and unlike the general fund and our general appropriation and our annual appropriation, which is limited to the fiscal year, these funds outside the general fund, outside our licensing fees and our locally generated fees, which are limited by fiscal year, these funds are not, as far as I can tell, limited by any CNMI fiscal limitations. So I do not believe, to answer your question directly, that we would need to expend all these funds in one fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. In follow-up to Council's response, I just also want to clarify that when the time comes to appropriate the rescue plan funds, does this body have to appropriate a shotgun appropriation of the full amount, or does this body have the opportunity to appropriate it by the allowable expense that's listed in the Rescue Plan Act?
Recognize Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the latter. There is no requirement for a omnibus, all expending one-shot resolution. I believe we can do something more akin to what the federal government does and pass a budget for education and pass a budget for transportation, if we so choose that route. One thing I didn't say earlier in my previous response, and I don't want to open up a can of worms, is I see this as very much like a grant. And when the grant parameters say spend it within 2 years, then we do not require the CNMI government to spend it in less time than what the grant itself provides. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Demapan. Recognized Representative Christina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just quickly to address Rep. Demapan's question. I do agree with you, Council, and I think that the way the language of the Rescue Plan Act reads, it also makes it clear that the governor would have to certify the use of those funds, and then the Secretary of Treasury would have the authority actually to withhold a portion of those funds, and so if, by the same token, as we entertain this legislation, if this should come to pass, there could be multiple certifications of these funds. There could be multiple spending plans that come to this body for review and approval, and as there's a deadline of 2024, so 2 years under the rescue plan to spend all of it, but nothing in the rescue plan that says we have to do it all in one fiscal year. And in fact, the way it reads now, it suggests that nobody is expected to spend everything that they're getting in state and local recovery funds all in one fiscal year. So that's to address that point. And to go to the broader merits of the bill, if I may, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this incredible and historic windfall of $500 million in coronavirus state and local recovery funds is coming to our Commonwealth through the American Rescue Plan Act. As colleague Representative Sheila Babasa said, that's 5 times our current annual budget. And as we have just discussed, we have 2 years to spend it. Do we have the legal authority to pass this legislation to appropriate these funds and exercise oversight on how they are spent? The answer is yes. Our legal counsel's analysis is very clear and very straightforward. We are the legislature. Our authority is in the Constitution. It's in the Planning and Budgeting Act. It's been done before. It's being done now, as Representative Leila Staffler articulated so well, as Chairman Donald Manglonia also explained. Other states and territories are already acting on legislation that grants budget authority, exercises oversight over exactly this pot of money, as well as previous federal stimulus funds that have gone to those states. We are not at all the only ones considering taking action like this. So this bill 2233 and how we act on it really turns on two issues. One is the willingness of this legislature to assert its power of the purse as a co-equal branch of government. And the other is trust. House Bill 2233 proposes to assert legislative authority over one specific and massive pot of money, the state and local fiscal recovery funds. Should one person, the governor, be the sole decision maker for how $500 million should be distributed? These funds can be used to respond to the public health emergency, or its negative impacts, economic impacts. It can be used to provide premium pay to eligible essential workers, to provide government services that have been impacted by revenue shortfalls as a result of this pandemic, and to invest in infrastructure. Should one person be responsible for deciding all of that? If your answer is yes, colleagues, our question is why? We are the legislature. We are the representatives of the people. We answer to our constituents, and they expect us to act like we represent them, like we are in fact a separate and co-equal branch of government. We have an urgent responsibility to proactively assert the power of this legislature, the power of the purse, in determining the distribution of these fiscal recovery monies. We should all have a seat at that table. We should all have an interest in providing checks and balances regardless of our party affiliation. And to go back to this issue of trust, consider the track record of this administration, colleagues, for extravagant waste and abuse of public funds, illegal first-class travel, questionable sole source contracts and reimbursements, unlawful overtime and double compensation for top officials, 5 straight years of deficits. As Chairman Manglonia said, we still haven't seen the expenditure report for the CARES Act, and we asked for that months ago. Colleagues, for those who haven't had a chance to see it, if I may, Sarge. I'd like to pass out the minority report on the governor's expenditures since January 2015. The House minority of the 21st legislature reviewed thousands of pages and found multiple violations of law and abuses of public money by this governor in travel, reimbursement, official representation, and other expenditures. If you haven't had a chance to read it, please do. That's why we're here also, talking about these issues of trust. That's why so many members of the public here in the gallery, online, in personal phone calls, and conversations with each one of us. That's why there are issues of trust, and that's why it's important that we also rebuild that trust. That is our responsibility as well. So given this history, given what we've learned from experience, and the work there is still to do to provide accountability for the people's money, of course there are issues of trust in how this administration will spend $500 million. Let's not turn a blind eye, colleagues. Let's not give a blank check. We are the legislature. Let's do our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Sablan. Further discussion. Recognize Representative Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the real question here should be, why are we debating this proposed legislation? And the real answer, simple answer is that the American Rescue Plan Act of 2020 does not require an appropriation from states from the territorial area and the states from the U.S. mainland. And as alluded by our Attorney General in his comments, that an enactment of a common law is not required. Our legal counsel stated earlier, that he looks at this as a grant, just like other grants, previous grants that we received years and years ago. There are in place requirements on how to spend these plans, these funds. That's where the accountability is. There is reporting requirements of every awarded grant that we receive, not only here in Commonwealth, the whole entire nation, including the territorial areas. Some of our members alluded that we only have a limit of 2 years to exhaust these funds. And having to have the committee deliberate on an appropriation of such funds, even this proposed legislation, the Committee of Ways and Means does not have the time to even deliberate in the Committee of Ways and Means. And now we are supposed to believe that when this piece of legislation is enacted, they're going to do so. You know, there's a real intent of this money from the American Rescue Plan. The name itself is to rescue every territorial and state with their economy. The importance to quickly infuse this funding so that we can stimulate our economy and help every state government of the United States. So I ask you guys, please consider that we stick with what the US Congress had decided to distribute these funds. There's a reason. I'm not too sure what the reason why is that they didn't give the state legislative the powers to appropriate before using the funds. It's just my personal feeling that they want these funds quickly infused into every economy of US territory and the United States. So I want to state for the record that I'm not in support of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative John Paul Sablan. Any further discussion? Recognize Representative Lee Pond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is going to council. The House leadership seek your legal opinion on two points. One is the appropriation, and the other one is the 25% for PSS, and both respond. You came up saying yes. What guarantee or assurance that PSS is not gonna take this to court and drag it before we exhaust this 515 million? Has anyone seek the PSS input on this? Do we have supporting document that PSS said, we're not gonna worry about the 25% because this belongs to the state? I do understand that PSS got $160 million plus, but what guarantee? Because in the previous legislation, they've been always suing that 25% belongs to them. So what guarantee is this piece of legislation that it's not gonna invoke their 25%? That's one. The other is, what if this passed and goes to the governor? The AG had provided comment already. If the AG recommended to the governor to veto, then what? It comes back to the legislature for an override? Do we seek the input of the Senate? Do you think that the Senate is going to just say, we're going to accept the position of the House? What if they come back with extra baggage and they say, this is what we want? Then what? Then what? How can you unwind it when they have a list set and this is how much, this plan is what we want? Are we ready to accept the Senate version? It goes to conferee. When it does, or a special committee, When it does, do you notice the timeline that went above? How many months just to get things to settle, the dust to settle? We've been through this, especially us, incumbent. This is what we need to figure out. And council, do you agree with the AG's opinion or not?
Recognize council.
I agree with the AG's opinion that there's no legislation that the CNMI government needs to pass or enact for these funds to come into the CNMI Treasury. That's the only conclusion that Deputy Attorney General Tenorio reached.
So I'm assuming that if this bill reaches the governor, and the governor asks the AG, what is your recommendation? And the AG says veto it, then what?
That's a different question, but the governor can take the advice of the AG and you can accept it or reject it. But the question that you asked was what the AG opinion stated, and if Deputy Attorney General Tenorio's opinion is there is no legislation needed for these $550 million to come into the CNMI, I would have to concur with that opinion.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same comments from the AG that the AG will submit to the governor, because the AG has reviewed the context of this 1.9, what do you call, cavalry rescue plan. We want to exhaust this money, and I do understand that we need to keep in check accountability to the administration, but they have a finance office that does that. I mean, finance office, Department of Finance is responsible to oversee this funding. So I'm going back to your legal opinion. Are you certain that this 25% that the PSS is not going to come here and say 25% of this belongs to us?
To answer that question, I can honestly tell you, I have no idea what PSS's position will be. I wouldn't be surprised if they do try to assert power over as much money as possible. I can't tell what their Board of Education will decide to do, but I stand firm on my analysis that if and when that's challenged in court, if you look at a very straightforward reading of the certified question to which PSS was a party, the nature of these funds, it just screams special revenue. It has 4 do's and 2 don'ts. It's very restrictive in the do's and even more restrictive on the don'ts. It doesn't say these are general revenues, spend it as you would like. You have all the prerogative in the world. It doesn't say that.
And you answered my question, because then we don't need House Bill 22-33, because it's in this. There's restriction to it in terms of reporting and certification. I mean, it was written in this 698 pages. There's stringent guidelines that the territories must follow, and we're not exempted from the rest. I do understand that it should be the legislatures appropriating this for transparency and accountability, but at the end of the day, how quickly can we move this, put it in motion, in action? Let's say that we have the power and authority to appropriate funding based on the governor's plan. How quickly can we move this from this House to the Senate? And if there's no amendment from the Senate, we have to be mindful with those. That's my concern. We can talk about the House, but has anyone reached out to the Senate and the Senate says, it's okay, don't worry. When it gets here, we'll definitely pass it with no hiccups. How many pieces of legislation went to the Senate and it sat there until they can figure out when to act on it, or they act on it, send it back to the House with a totally different version. Who knows? Maybe my colleague Manglonia's bill will be a Senate draft. Be a Senate draft. Are we going to be content with that? I don't think so. So colleagues, before we vote on this, think of that. I'm not saying I don't support the intent to account the administration for the spending of this, but we must make sure that when we do pass this piece of legislation, that the administration is going to sign and agree to it without any line item veto. That's the concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Lipon. I recognize Representative Blanco. And I apologize with the screen.
You're hiding from me.
You're hiding from me. Recognize Representative Blanco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So we apologize that we have so many questions to ask about this bill, and that is the only reason why I had asked that we send it to committee, so we can have an opportunity to ask questions. In fact, there is one question that's been raised. If we pass this bill and it becomes law, does this set a precedence for this body to reach out to PSS $160 million and appropriate it the way we want to see it? Or even NMC's, what, $60-some million?
Recognize counsel.
I can answer that question honestly, yes and no. It will set some precedent that this legislature is taking an active role in accountability and transparency, over $550 million, and I think that's a proper exercise of its separation of power. And know that, on the other hand, when NMC gets its grant money, the president knows exactly how it should be spent, and the legislature can exercise its deference to trust that they're going to spend the money correctly, and that PSS, when it gets its $160 million, will spend the money in accordance with the grant parameters. And the legislature, if necessary, can then come in and oversight if necessary. And we've done so when there's a maintenance of effort, that they come in, they say, we need $39 million for PSS, and you only gave us 33. And we've come in to save the day because they didn't plan accordingly, or the governor shortchanged them somehow. They didn't get the allotment when they actually got the appropriation. So we've exercised not only oversight, but assistance to PSS, for instance.
Right.
So I can understand your concerns that this establishes a precedent. I don't necessarily think it establishes a bad precedent, that the legislature is actually asserting the power of the purse.
Right. It's not a concern that I raise, it's a question.
I think it does establish a precedent.
That we can reach out to PSS and say, hey, PSS, guess what? We want to appropriate $160 million of your funding. But anyways, you already answered the question, and I thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, if I can continue.
Please continue, Representative Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the intent of this bill is to ensure accountability, efficiency, and transparency of these recovery funds. I also understand that there is ongoing communications with the leadership of both houses, with the administration. This also includes the mover of the bill, my good chairman of Ways and Means. I also understand comments were solicited from the AG, OPA, and Department of Finance. The OPA, in its lack of support for the bill, proposed that this body require finance to track the spending and report back to this body. And OPA further asserts its independence against certain provisions of this bill. I'm just going to state the facts from the comments provided. Department of Finance, in its lack of support of this bill, sheds light that these funds are accompanied by rigorous reporting and oversight mechanisms within the federal government and are locally monitored by the U.S. Treasury, Inspector General, and the U.S. Treasury itself. Finally, in the AG's letter, again, in its lack of support simply points out that this bill, and I quote, is not required. What is required is to comply with the procedures set forth in section 602D, the use restrictions in section 602C, and other obligations that may be imposed by the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury. So, with all due respect to the mover and co-sponsors, may I respectfully propose that we work together as representatives for our people and with other stakeholders to come to a consensus on how to move forward with this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward for the mover to seriously consider moving this bill back to committee, and him as being the chairman, he has the authority to fast track it. This is not a motion, but just a request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Blanco. I recognize Representative Joel Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I do support the intent of transparency and accountability. My only concern is with regards to efficiency. Efficiency in getting the people, getting these monies out to our people as quickly as we possibly can. The governor recently came up with a memorandum that all furlough and RIF are going to be reinstated at the end of the month. I want to see that kind of efficiency moving forward. That's why I can't support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Blanco. Any further discussion? I mean, Representative Camacho, I apologize. You guys look alike. I'm just kidding. Any further discussion? Representative Selena Babalta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One moment, please. Thank you. I am deeply concerned about the apparent pattern of misuse of millions of dollars in funding meant for public health emergencies like the one our Commonwealth has been confronting since last year. Instead, it went to the purchase of all-terrain vehicles and other unnecessary expenses. We all know that here. All 20 of us in this room know that. I can find no reason, and I've heard your comments, my dear colleagues. I can find no reason why the minority will not support this bill, except for the fact that they are a minority. And so they will shift their powers to the executive branch. How is that not collusion? Hafali na tinya para ta exisisa direito ta gwinigi sampapa na guma. Hafali na tinya no. What is so offensively wrong to have 20 sets of eyes in cooperation with the executive branch managing these funds? The legislature, specifically this body, the House of Representatives, is an institution whose raison d'etre is to appropriate funds. Why are we not willing to do our job? Our sole mandate by the Constitution is to appropriate funds. The people are the first source of power. We have a governor who is willing to leverage his full power, and money is power. You've heard me say that. To cripple the people of the Commonwealth to their knees through austerity and reduced hours while he travels like a king. And we are the paupers. In the minorities report, it cites a travel he performed with his spouse. Airfare alone was over $22,000 airfare alone. That is higher than the salary of the grant writer at the Department of Fire and Emergency Services. I know that for a fact because they have reached out to me. Citing the Secretary of Finance's comments, specifically the 5th paragraph, last sentence, the Secretary of Finance commented, and I quote, "Thus the need to be treated as a grant." What this tells me is that they think it's a grant. They perceive it to be. It is not. There's no clear language here from the Secretary of Finance that it is a grant. He perceives it to be. He further states in the next paragraph, and I will read most of that paragraph, that the CNMI, quote, "The CNMI is adept at the management and fiscal controls of federal funds and has the statutory obligation to ensure the prudent expense of these resources. We look forward to finalizing the spending plan for the CNMI in relation to these funds provided under the ARPA and anticipate cooperation with the CNMI legislature." If we are not doing our job, how is this even can be labeled as cooperation? The governor has been using a real emergency as a window of opportunity to justify his executive powers that essentially skirt or suspend the Constitution and dismantle civil liberties. This is what politics without guardrails looks like. We are here now. Executive orders provide broad discretionary power to a governor to determine how to enforce a law. But the Constitution is clear. Taza dinuda tisinya maniega the Constitution that making laws are the sole authority of the legislature. And more specifically, that appropriating funds are the sole authority of the House of Representatives. And I'm absolutely certain that if we allow all constituents throughout the CNMI to come up here and speak of their suffering or speak of their sentiments, they will give each and every one of us 515 million reasons why this bill needs to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Babalta. Any more? Representative Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank all the individuals who came to provide their valuable comments on this bill and the other bills, but I'd like to recognize the lone person who came to raise concerns regarding House Bill 22-33, House Bill 22-19. I'd like to recognize the Director of Tax and Revenue, Tracy Narita. She was the only lone voice here with us. Just my final question, and perhaps Council, I invite you if you have any comments to it. will this bill, if it becomes law, would it have any effect in light of the emergency declaration that we're currently in?
Recognize counsel.
Can you restate your question, please?
Okay, so if this bill becomes law,
yeah,
right, would it have any effect in light of the emergency declaration that we're currently in?
Recognize counsel.
I don't see any legal conflicts. The governor has made his declaration. If anything, we just approve a spending plan that, if anything, funds his priorities and funds the joint priorities of the legislature and the House. I mean, I understand Representative Camacho's point about efficiency, but you know, we are at a stage of the pandemic where there's vaccinations coming out. We're talking about travel bubbles. We're talking about opening up the economy, and we're not at the stage where we don't know anything. We know a lot about, you know, so you don't legislate and administer funds the same way, pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and post-pandemic. And if we do that, the same type of efficiency that's needed is the kind of efficiency that might not be necessarily needed once things are slowing down and more deliberate thought is available, you know. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Counsel. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Blanco. Thank you, Counsel. Any more further discussion? Recognize Vice Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for all your comments. A lot of good points that are brought up. Council, I have a few questions for you. You quote this funds as a grant in the earlier statement when it was posed by Representative Angel Limapon. Is that correct?
I said that with respect to the 2 years that there will be no fiscal limitations, because like a grant with parameters and specifications, we can understand that these funds, like a grant, can be expended over that period specified in the federal language. So in that respect, I would see it like a grant where we don't have to use our CNMI fiscal year limitations to limit our spending to one shotgun bill for $515 million. We can legislate accordingly over the 2-year span.
Okay, thank you for that, Council. And further, may I ask Council, who's the authorized rep of the CNMI when it comes to grants outside of the CNMI?
Unless otherwise stated, it's the governor.
It's the governor. So these quote-unquote grant of $515 million and the 160 that goes to PSS, the end result is the governor's signature is necessary to accept these grants, correct?
Yeah, I believe, as you state your question, that to accept these grants, the governor is the ultimate CNMI signatory, yes.
Okay, so if this legislation 2233 becomes law, would CNMI laws or the Constitution be considered when making the appropriations in the future?
Yes, I think so. I mean, we would never be able to do anything that's unconstitutional.
Okay, I ask these questions at colleagues, so for just my history, so the colleagues can understand. I signed up on the letter to the administration when they requested for additional NOPs when they got grant money from the federal government. And with the assistance of both our councils, Council Tyrone and Council Cool, I signed up on the letter saying that we don't have the authority to expend those funds, therefore external funds is within the administration's prerogative to hire additional personnel for those monies. So that's my challenge with this legislation. And according to council, this legislation, or should it become law and any appropriations in the future, this legislation would have to abide by CNMI laws and the Constitution. Correct, council?
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you for that, council. So right off the bat, if it does apply the CNMI Constitution and existing statutes of the CNMI, we have to reserve $128,750,000 for PSS, $30,900,000 for NMC, and $5,150,000 for OPA. So $515 million less $164,800,000 is what we have to reserve right off the bat. I know everybody has a lot of concerns. Land compensation, CUC, healthcare, public education. $160 million might sound like a lot of money, but the proposal PSS right now to the legislature is $58 million from the general fund. So 160 on top of the $61 million that they got 2 weeks ago. They're asking for an additional $58 million. Would it be prudent for PSS to also insert their authority by the Constitution to ask for the 25% in this $515 million appropriation? That's something we need to consider as a body. I understand it's a policy call, and I question the council regarding applicable statutes and our Constitution. We have a lot of stuff that we need to take care of, and I understand this is a lot of money. We want to get it out. 2 years is a very short period of time. And efficiency is what Rep. Camacho's concern is. And yeah, that should be our concern. When does the 2-year time start ticking? When they sign it into law, or when it hits our treasury over here? That's another concern we need to think about. So if the administration is going to propose a spending plan, I think that's the angle we can actually utilize. Take that spending plan, work on that spending plan. If this is considered outside source and it does not apply to CNMI laws and the Constitution, then we can fill in those holes in the spending plan. Take away what we think is not important by the administration and add what we believe is important as a body. And I believe that'll be the fastest way to be able to get these monies out to the community. If the failure of the administration to provide a spending plan within the next 60 days, then we have the powers to create these committees to address these issues. We did it in the past legislature. Unfortunately, our rules also locked us in because it capped it at 60 days. Maybe something we can consider when we get to the rules. So with that, members, I respect all of you guys' opinions. I respect you guys' positions on this legislation. And I'll never question your vote. I respect your vote. For the reasons that I've stated and council stated to the questions I posed to him, I cannot support this legislation right now. The intent is really good, but the questions that councils have answered already gives me reason why we should hold back. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. Council, did you want to respond?
Just on the one narrow point that PSS would be constitutionally entitled to 25% of the 515 million, I believe that I just want to reiterate that based on the certified question and the definition of general revenue versus special revenue, that because of the parameters set forth by the federal government to the $515 million expenditure, that I do not believe anybody can actually make a good faith legal argument that these are general revenues. That not PSS or anybody can make that argument with a straight face that with all these restrictions, 4 do's and 2 don'ts, that these funds would be considered general revenue subject to the 25% that PSS would be constitutionally entitled to. So if you in any way interpreted my answers to reflect that PSS would be entitled to that, let me just be clear, I do not think that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Recognized Vice Speaker.
Thank you, Council, for that. But you had mentioned that the applicable statutes and the Constitution would apply if we do a bill appropriations on this legislation.
Yes, Vice Speaker, and the applicable statutes and the Constitution says that PSS is entitled by the Constitution to 25% of general revenue. And if these funds are general revenue, then they take their 128 million. If they are special revenue, then they don't. And I've said over and over, I do not believe that there's any argument to be made that these funds are general revenue. So under the CNMI Constitution, special funds are not within the 25% scope.
Thank you, Council. May I Speaker? Thank you, Speaker. And you're right, Council. The unfortunate thing is the courts have really loosened that opinion up when they came out with the slip opinion. They actually brought up the issue that the 25% is far, it's reaching into earmark funds that were considered special when they were created, right? And we don't live in a place where we have specific taxes that can address specific issues. We're not the U.S. mainland where they have those kinds of opportunities. The framers of a lot of our statutes prior to us were creative enough in creating taxes or fees to address the pressing issues that the CNMI had at the time. And with the slip opinion, they're assuming that the 25% is also reaching into the gross revenues, which is the top number on our general appropriations, correct? And I understand that, and maybe we shouldn't put this on record, but since we're talking about it, the legislature had put a position out there that general revenues are inclusive of federal funds in the Appropriations Act. And that's one of the reasons why PSS didn't want to take the legislature to court, because they might actually lose out on their general appropriation of 25%. But at this point, the slip opinion is also considering reaching into the net, the gross appropriations of our budget. So with that, I rest, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. Rep. Sheila about to deliberate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first thank legal counsel for providing your opinion on the two issues that the leadership team did bring to your attention, and that was whether the CNMI legislature had the legal authority to appropriate these funds, and number two, are the funds provided by the Rescue Act considered special revenue and therefore exempt from the 25% constitutional provisions to the CNMI public school system. We all got a copy. Thank you, legal counsel, for providing that the answer to both questions is yes. Again, this is a time-sensitive piece of legislation. We have a time frame to spend these funds, and that's why we must act on it now. We haven't even received the funds. That's why we should be proactive and begin passing this, working with our counterparts at the Senate and with the administration, because we know that there is a process. How long will it take? How quickly can we do it? It is up to us. For the viewing public, it really is up to your leaders. We've done it before. It is about prioritizing, it is about communicating, it is about crossing the aisle and working together. Infusion of funds, efficiency, I hear you. We still have people waiting for their PUA. We still have vendors waiting for reimbursements. These PUA applicants, these vendors, they reach out to us. I don't want that to happen again with these funds. The governor is the sole authority. Yes, he signs off. And if it is an unnecessary bill, then why are other legislatures passing similar forms of legislation? We must assert our power of the House, our power of the purse. We must represent our community. Our community does not trust the Department of Finance. Our community doesn't trust the governor. Our community doesn't trust the legislature, because there is very little to no trust for the government. And I thank Mr. Speaker for bringing, Mr. Vice Speaker, I'm sorry, for bringing up your points about, less 160 million. That will still leave us with $355 million. That's still 4 times our budget. And why do we talk about PSS or as if they're not part of this community? As if we don't have our own children, our own nieces and nephews attending PSS. We're not scrambling anymore. We're not fighting for crumbs anymore. So let us be accepting of this blessing from heaven. Let us be abundant. This is an abundance. So let us not, separate other agencies and other organizations in our community. We are all connected, and we learned that during this pandemic. There is no guarantee that our voices will be heard at that table when the spending plan is being formed. We can bring up our concerns, but there's no guarantee the changes will be made because there's no law. This is the law that will require our voices at the table. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognize Representative Demapan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a quick follow-up to the Vice Speaker's comments, which I think are important to consider also. And so just listening to the Vice Speaker's comments, I think we have to make sure that we can address the uncertainties on whether this is general revenue or special revenue. I understand that our council has issued an opinion, but we've also seen a clashing of opinions when we get to different phases in this process. And ultimately, we will have an issue where a certified question comes in and it delays the process. So I think that the Vice Speaker has raised many valid points, and in that regard, maybe, just maybe, in our quest, in our effort, in our desire to achieve efficiency, to achieve accountability, to achieve transparency, and in our desire to preserve the power of the purse, maybe we can consider legislation to require a House joint resolution to approve the expenditure plan put forward by the administration. The approval of the expenditure plan by way of a joint resolution skips all the different processes of an appropriation, especially here in a bicameral legislature. The approval of an expenditure plan by the administration through a resolution through the legislature is being done by majority of state legislatures, as referenced in the NCSL website on their reference list. And so I think that after hearing the concerns raised by the Vice Speaker, I think that there is a way for us to hold people accountable, to make sure this process is transparent without the hurdles of appropriation, but by the power of approving and concurring on the expenditure plan as a legislature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Mapana, Representative Lipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vice, thank you for the clarification. And based on my calculation here, PSS is getting 160 plus the 66 million, plus that if this 25% comes up, it's total 382 million. We're forgetting to mention that the Budget Act is coming forth in 2 weeks. 25% of that goes again to PSS. What are they going to use this money for? The other day, I visited Kohler, the temporary 42-unit of classroom was neglected by PSS. I went there with FEMA and they were disgusted that they spent $6.2 million. Are we going to give PSS this money? Oh, this is a laughing joke. Probably they get about almost the same amount, 515 million to spend lavishly. But we can't agree in principle here. And I agree with the Vice. This is an appropriation. PSS is entitled with this 25%. And we're going to be saying, see you in court. We'll be the laughing stock. It's okay to give PSS more money. Let's give them the 156 million because that's only peanuts. Loose change, as they call it. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to give PSS any more money. They have more money, more grants. They don't know how to spend the money. They should reopen the school and spend that money. Build the classroom that is needed. FEMA is approved already for their building of Hubwood, but what are they doing? So we're talking about this money. This money should be used for other means of the infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rev. Lipan. And I apologize, I should have brought this up earlier, but anybody for the first round? I apologize. I know a lot of it is a lot of responding to, but if not, recognize Representative Probst and Representative Tinas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel this is an exercise in futility. It's 6:15 p.m. We've heard all the different sides, but the truth of the matter is, we all came in here and we can debate all night, and we've already made up our mind. We had preconceived notions of this bill beforehand. That includes myself. I was going to vote yes to this bill, and I was prepared for it. And I have yet to hear any convincing reason why I should vote no, as is those who oppose this bill will say the same thing. We don't see any reason why we should vote yes to this. So it's obviously a difference of opinion, and that's where it stands. But I do want to say this: how interesting it is that when it comes to elections or right before elections, the slogan "Students First" comes up all the time. And of course, whatever leftover money we have, we go and get our photos taken, donating to the school as if it was coming out of our own wallets. But it's all about students first. You know, the truth is, if PSS came after and said, I'm going to take 25% of that, go ahead. But we are going to ensure that you spend that money wisely and prudently, just like we would with the governor, whether it's PSS or whoever. You want to take that 25%? We're going to be checking to make sure that you are spending that and investing in it. And as Congressman Lee Pond had mentioned about the deplorable condition that FEMA said was in the school, then we need to call that out. We need to discuss that. That should go to the Education Committee, and we should call it out for all those reasons and intended purposes. But I don't feel that giving them 25% is throwing it away. You know what is frivolous money? Believing that we can fly somebody in, do this thing, take money from MVA, and others resources, and believing that a person, because he's a YouTube star, is going to bring in a ton of visitors to the Commonwealth. How many have come since then? Well, wait, but there's COVID. Wait a minute. We had no COVID cases for the longest time. We bragged about it. A case in study, CNMI rules, no COVID. If anything, that should have attracted anybody to come out here, especially because the followers from Mr. Robert Arrington were mostly all from the United States. So it was a great thing. It promoted the Commonwealth, but what did it result in? Did we see any revenue or any visits? As we said in his previous visit when he visited Rhoda, did we see any actual revenue or anybody coming in from that? $8 million. That is the figure that we're looking at when it comes to overtime. I said it during Soto, I said it during YouTube that this is money that should not be spent. This is illegal overtime. Several of us raised objections to it. It was still carried out. And we saw a lot of people getting overtime, and $8 million is not reimbursable. I'm concerned, deeply concerned, that we are going to say, well, there's already do's and don'ts, so we're gonna be okay, guys. Wink, wink. But the truth is, within those parameters of the do's and don'ts is a lot of wiggle room. Nonetheless, if there's a way to exploit this federal money, such as an emergency sole source that's needed for Big Softy or whoever from Guam outside of the Commonwealth, without even having a local business license to get a sole source, when there were other local businesses that were readily available to provide PPEs, who we met with, by the way, and they got nothing. And then some of these local vendors, are still waiting for payment. But we have all this federal money. We have this glorious check. Why can't we just let the governor do as he pleases? Because we can't. Because that's way too much money, not for the governor, but for any one person. And that's my frustration about it, that we can just throw our hands in the air and say, hey, it's not us. We can't do it because of this reason. PSS might take this, NMC might take this. Well, then we just have to pray the governor does all the right things. But based on past spending frenzies and other things, tells us that we have to be cautious to rebuild that trust when it comes to spending. I don't see why is that a problem. And if the Senate does not like this bill, well, there's no guarantee that the Senate will pass it. But we've done our part and we've passed it and handed it off to the Senate, then the Senate has to answer to the people as we do. That's how legislation gets passed. We cannot just say, well, we're not going to send this to the Senate until we get word from the Senate president that he will pass our bill. No, that's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to ensure that it passes the House. And yes, we hope it passes the Senate. And then the Senate can say whatever, they want. Guys, I've said all I can. I think everybody has said all they can. I'm tired. My kids are WhatsApping me, and I'm sorry for going on this long rant. But as the Secretary of Labor often says, I'm hungry, and I am. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because we are just spinning in circles. And with that said, I welcome anybody to add in, but I'm hungry, and I hope we can vote on this soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Probst. Representative Tina for the last round.
Yes, and just briefly, I agree with Representative Probst that we have gone around and around and explored all angles of this issue. But I do want to address a couple of things that I think need some clarification. First is that if my colleagues in the minority believe that a joint resolution should be required for the spending plan, then you should support this bill, because that's exactly what this bill calls for. Under the American Rescue Plan Act, the governor is required to submit a certification for the use of funds to the Secretary of Treasury. That is the spending plan. And this bill would require the legislature's approval by joint resolution for that spending plan prior to the submission of certification. That's exactly what we're calling for. Colleagues, as soon as the governor submits that certification on how these funds will be spent, on that spending plan that we've all been talking about, by law, Treasury has 60 days to transfer the funds. That certification can be made at any time. It could be made tomorrow. That is the time-sensitive nature of this bill. And as soon as that happens, we do lose out on any opportunity to have a voice in how those funds will be spent. Second, on the issue of whether this is general or special revenue, the law is clear. Our legal counsel's opinion is not complicated. This is not general revenue. It's restricted, it's special revenue intended for specific purposes. And even if PSS were to assert their 25% entitlement, we can't control what they do. NMC, we can't control what they do, but we do stand on very solid legal grounds for why these funds are not general revenues and why these carve-outs will not be automatic. There was mention of OPA. OPA in their own comments, they're saying there is no automatic 1% carve-out. That's another constitutional obligation for general revenues. And they're saying their 1% here will not be automatic. And on the subject of OPA, their comments are well taken. If anything, it underscores the need more than ever for why we need to build the capacity of our agency, Office of the Public Auditor, to do independent monitoring and oversight. They're saying $500 million is a lot of money and we don't have the existing capacity now to monitor those funds and ensure compliance with the terms of these funds as provided by law. We would have the opportunity, if we legislate it, to ensure that OPA does have that capacity and is able to report to this body on the compliance of expenditures with the law. That's all I have to say. To add more to this conversation, colleagues, I am also tired and hungry and ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Sablan. Any further discussion?
Ready.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay. Guys, I'd like to request for a 3-minute recess before we come back to vote, real quick. recess. Before we went on recess, there was, all discussions were done. The motion is on the floor to pass House Bill number 22-33. I now recognize the clerk for the vote.
Representative Baba? Representative Bato?
No.
Representative Selena Babauta?
Yes.
Representative Sheila Babauta?
Yes.
Representative Blanco?
No.
Representative Joel Komatsu?
No.
Representative Vicente Komatsu?
Yes.
Representative Demapan? Representative Flores?
No.
Representative Guerrero? Representative Lizama?
Yes.
Representative Magnolia?
Yes.
Representative Probst?
Yes.
Representative Cristina Sablan?
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan?
Audit.
Representative San Nicolas?
No.
Representative Staffler?
Yes.
Representative Yankamai?
Yes.
Representative Yumo?
No.
Representative Tata?
No.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 10 members voted yes and 10 members voted no.
Thank you, clerk. And before I declare the vote, under Rule 11, Section 10, grants me the authority, in the event that a tie happens, that the speaker may break the tie. And clerk, my vote is yes. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, 11 members voted yes and 10 members voted no.
Thank you, clerk. With a vote of 11 yes and 10 no, House Bill number 22-33 hereby passes the House.
Privilege, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize Representative.
With the vote that you have declared, a question to the legal counsel. Are we in conflict with the one man, one vote by Constitution, by the speaker voting, breaking the tie? Can we hear your opinion?
No, Representative Sablan, I do not believe we are in any conflict. Our House rules provide for this. This is the rule that's been long-standing. I don't believe there's any violation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if it's not too much to ask, can you direct the legal counsel to put that in writing? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sablan. Noted. Legal counsel, please work on that request. Thank you. I now recognize the floor leader for the next House Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, smooth debate. We are gonna. Okay, so I offer a motion to suspend Rule 7, Section 9, release and reports and other documents, and Rule 9, Section 9 and 10 on first and second reading. So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made by the floor leader to suspend pertinent rules to adopt House Bill 22-19 and has been seconded. Discussion. Recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And colleagues, I want to thank all of you for agreeing to expedite our review and action on House Bill 2219, which would restore the earned income tax credit for the Commonwealth working families. For more than 2 decades, CNMI law has imposed a 100% tax on the EITC, primarily because it was deemed too costly. In the IRS code, the EITC.
Hold on. We're only suspending the rules. We're not debating the reports. After we vote, then we come back and
So noted. I withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, floor leader. Again, the motion is placed on the floor for the suspension of rules, and it's been seconded. Any discussion on the suspension of rules? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. I now recognize the floor leader for the proper motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is now to, I'm offering a motion to pass on first and final House Bill 22-19, Bill for an Act to repeal Title 4, Section 1709 of the Commonwealth Code in order to provide relief for working families by making them eligible for the Earned Income Tax Credit and for other purposes. So moved.
Second.
A motion has been placed by the floor leader to adopt House Bill 22-19 and has been seconded. Discussion on the floor. Representative Tina Saban.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, thank you again, colleagues, for agreeing to expedite our action on this bill. For over 20 years now, the CNMI law has imposed a 100% tax on the Earned Income Tax Credit, primarily because it was deemed too costly. However, in the IRS code, the EITC is a refundable tax credit available primarily to low-income working taxpayers who are U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. Citizens of the freely associated states who are living and working in the U.S. are also eligible. And because we have adopted a tax code that mirrors the IRS code pursuant to the covenant, the EITC would apply to eligible working taxpayers in the Northern Marianas, if not for the CNMI law that recaptures those funds with a 100% tax. This tax on the EITC in our local law is essentially a tax on the poor, on low-income, local working families. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, the argument that the EITC is too costly has gone away. It's resolved. The EITC in the Marianas will be fully and permanently covered by federal funds. But to ensure that the benefits of the EITC actually get to the pockets of our people who really need this help, we have to do our part and repeal the CNMI law that slaps a 100% tax on the EITC. Colleagues, the benefits of the EITC are well documented in the literature and summarized in the findings of the bill. The EITC fights poverty. It encourages work. It boosts the earnings of low-income and moderate-income households. Children in low-income families that avail of the EITC fare so much better in terms of health and educational outcomes, and the EITC stimulates the economy. The Department of Finance estimates the total value of the EITC this year to be approximately $25 million. That's money directly in the hands of people who are likely to spend it immediately to meet their basic needs and improve their lives. That's money that will be such a tremendous help to families who have been hit hardest by recent typhoon disasters and this global pandemic. The money is there. Our people need it. Now it's up to us to repeal this tax, restore the EITC, and get these funds out to our people as soon and as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tina Saban. I recognize Representative Lipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment. Can we start? And maybe, Mr. Speaker, I can illustrate why this floor amendment is needed. We want to put a sunset provision, knowing the Washington itself, the next cycle of lawmakers might remove this provision, this EITC for the territories. So we want to make sure that if it does or does not, but in the event it does, it will be the responsibility of the CNMI government if this continues on to find additional money to continue with this EITC program. So with that, this is to offer an amendment to House Bill 22-19, add a section 4, sunset provision. C, the tax credit provision pursuant to U.S. Public Law 117-2, Section 7503. 4, C, B, 1, A, B, I, and I shall cease at such time said subsection shall terminate. Consistent with the intent of the foregoing amendment, I hereby also move to allow the legal counsel together with the House Clerk to make further non-substantial technical amendments that are strictly necessary to effectuate the intent of this floor amendment prior to transmittal. So move, Mr. Speaker.
And a motion has been offered by Representative Lee Pon and has been seconded. Discussion on the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
I recognize Representative Blanco.
I just wanted to speak in support of this amendment. I think it's very important. And I understand that the purpose of the amendment is to safeguard, let's just say, should the Republican Party take over the House and the Senate and they decide to end the EITC, and we're not here anymore, then we end up funding the EITC. So I think it's a good safeguard that if should a different party or the same party decide to end this program, that it automatically also ends in the CNMI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rep. Blanco. I apologize, Rep. Demapan.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker. I was not going to join this discussion, just the discussion on the main motion.
Thank you, Rep. Demapan. Representative Tina Sablan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not support this amendment, and the reason why is, one, because the EITC enjoys very broad bipartisan support nationwide. A review of the literature shows how popular this one policy tool is for both Republicans and Democrats. Ronald Reagan was one of the biggest champions of the EITC, and so were plenty of Democrats after him, before and after him. And even right here in the CNMI, Governor Torres was an advocate for the EITC. So was Representative Delaplante in 902 discussion, and so is Kimberly Sablan, our member of Congress. And to insert a sunset provision or any kind of provision that presumes, speculates on the possibility, the very, very unlikely, near impossible possibility of this being rolled back by Congress it is insulting. And I think to Senator Edith put it perfectly in her comments during our public comment session. This 100% tax on the EITC is a tax on the working poor of the Commonwealth, and it basically amounts to this government stealing what is actually rightfully owed to the people. We don't need sunset provisions. We don't need any other clauses that say that this is the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to repeal a tax on the poor, low-income, hardworking families of our Commonwealth. That's what this bill proposes to do. And it really is as simple as that. A repeal is clean. There would be gray areas in our law that we don't need to be there. Gray areas in our law if we don't repeal this today. And the money is there. I would also note, by the way, that, you know, as contentious, as polarized as the dynamics are in Congress, in US Congress, the EITC was not controversial. Putting in 100% full permanent funding for the territories for the EITC was not an issue. There are other parts of that bill that were. So let's just repeal this part of our law that has been such an injustice. That's really what it comes down to. Let's keep it clean. And get this EITC benefit out to our people as soon as possible. It's really as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Sablan. Representative Lipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with colleague Sablan here, but again, there's no stopping about giving this EITC out to our people. This sunset provision is only to safeguard. So in the event, let's just hypothetically take this scenario. What if there are changes of the guard in Washington and they remove this provision? Is the cinema ready to assume responsibility? And where are they going to get the funding once everything dries out? We can't even bring the tourists, our only industry, back to the cinema. How are we going to provide this money? Yes, it's good right now. I agree. But this is just a safeguard. It does not hurt the bill itself. We're just inserting a sunset provision clause to safeguard the integrity of the bill. I mean, what's wrong with that? We're not telling Washington, don't give us, continue giving us. But in the event you say no more, it has to end. We need to protect the coffer too. If there's no money, what are you going to do? I do agree that we should give the poor. That's the proper way. I fully support the intent of the EITC, but this sunset provision must be inserted to protect the cinema government as well. Because if there's no more money, how can the government continue the program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Lipan. Further discussion. Representative Blanco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This will be my second round. Just a quick question for the council, Mr. Tyrone. Without this bill, without it at all, would we still be funded from the recovery funds, 100% and permanent, absent this bill?
Recognize council.
The recovery funds, as we stated earlier, $515 million, have certain parameters for their spending. And this bill is, I think it's the apples and oranges separate issue. Absent this bill, the CNMI government would still be able to impose a $1 for dollar tax upon the benefit. So I think it's an apples and oranges kind of question. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So if I may, Mr. Speaker.
Continue, Rep. Blanco.
Just want to state that there was EITC, I understand before, and it was eliminated because we could not fund it. Was it back in the 80s? And that's why I think this safeguard provision is important to be included. And furthermore, this safeguard also prevents us from mortgaging our children's future. If, like Rep. Lipan said, there's a change in Congress and they decide that there's not enough money to spread around in the states and territories and change the language, then we end up holding the bag to pay for the tax credits. So I think this provision is important to be included in it, and I would fully support the bill, but we did this provision in there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rep. Blanco. Further discussion. Ready? Okay. There's an amendment offered by Representative Lipan, been seconded, discussed. All in favor of the floor amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Bada?
Yes.
Representative Bato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta?
No.
Representative Sheila Babalta?
No.
Representative Blanco?
Yes.
Representative Joel Komatsu?
Yes.
Representative Vicente Komatsu?
No.
Representative Lipan?
Again.
Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
Gone.
Representative Lizama?
No.
Representative Magnolia?
Representative Rhodes?
No.
Representative Christina Sablan?
No.
Representative John Paul Sablan?
Yes.
Representative San Nicolas?
Yes.
Representative Stadler?
No.
Representative Yankaman?
No.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
No.
Mr. Speaker, 10 members voted yes and 10 members voted no.
Quick recess.
For the vote is 10 members voted yes and 10 members voted no.
Thank you, and before I declare the vote, I would like to exercise my authority under Rule 11, Section 10, and the vote is no. Recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the vote now is 10 members voting yes and 11 members voting no.
Thank you. With 11 members voting no, 10 members voting yes, the amendment hereby is not approved. Further discussion. Recognize Representative Angel Demapan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start off by stating for the record that my vote on this EITC restoration was predetermined and it will be a yes after we clarify certain things. And so one of the things I want to clarify is a statement reiterated by the Director of Revenue and Tax in her public comment today. So I'd like to direct our attention to Department and Agency Communication 22-05 from the Secretary of Finance. And paragraph 3, he talks about section 1709 as encompassing other excess tax credits other than the EITC. For example, he lists some examples: the residential energy efficiency tax, the research and development tax credit, business energy tax, investment tax credit, electric vehicle tax credit. And so in that breath, the Department of Finance, through the infinite wisdom of the Assistant AG assigned to them, recommended that Section 1709 not be repealed in its entirety. However, in support of restoring the earned income tax credit, that we use alternative language that would preserve the restoration of the EITC, and in this case, preserve the legislative intent of the bill's author. And so I want to direct the attention of Council to paragraph 3 of this communication. Maybe you can give us a legal opinion or your counsel and advice here on the obligation, because according to this comment, it says if we repeal section 1709 in its entirety, then we obligate the Commonwealth government to pay all the other excess credits outside of the EITC. I am supporting the restoration of the EITC. I'm supporting this bill because after many years of requests for a federal cover over, and our colleague Tina Samlan mentioned earlier that I supported this in the 902. That is true because in the 902 we asked for federal cover over. And since the implementation of EITC in the Siena, it was located. Then it was repealed when the Commonwealth government could no longer afford it. And for many years, we asked for the very first time for federal cover over to ensure that we return this benefit to working families who deserve it. And finally, lo and behold, the United States has given us a federal cover over after many years of asking for it. And so now I'm ready to support this bill to restore EITC. However, I would like to make sure that we only restore EITC because we have federal cover over funds for it. We do not have cover over funds for all the other excess credits that the Department of Finance is referencing in this communication. So in as much as I would like to cast a vote to restore EITC right away, I would like to cast a vote to restore EITC only and not the unforeseen obligations of other excess credits.
Recognize Council.
I'd like a short recess just so I can verify what it says in the memo and then compare that to the actual statute.
Okay, short recess. To session, and before we went on recess, Angel had the floor and had a question for the council. I recognize the council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at the letter dated February 18, 2021, which was brought to my attention just a few minutes ago, and I have to concur with the provision of the letter from the Secretary of Finance that a full repeal of Section 1709 of Title IV would result in, just by the plain language, the elimination of 1709, and that 1709, basically the tax on overpayments, the repealment in the entirety of 1709 would result in it being no longer force in effect, and that would mean the EITC would no longer be an issue, but at the same time, there are other overpayments such as the residential energy efficiency tax credit, the research and development tax credit, and the list goes on, and that wasn't the intent of the legislation on the table. So for that reason, I would concur with Representative Demapon that there may be a more precise bill that we could language that would effectuate the intent of the legislation on the table without having any unintentional effects on the other overpayment taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Demapon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and at the advice of our council, I would like to now offer a floor amendment to address this discrepancy and to ensure that, as recommended by the Department of Finance, they actually had a draft legislation offered also, but was not incorporated. So I'm going to use that language in the floor amendment being distributed by our Sergeant at Arms to ensure that we finally restore EITC in the Marianas and not bind the government to the other excess credit obligations pursuant to this act. And so while the Sergeant at Arms is distributing the floor amendment, I'd like to read it for the record to amend Section 3 to strike and read as follows. Section 3, Amendment Title 4 of the Commonwealth Code, Division 1, Revenue and Taxation, Section 1709, titled Tax on Overpayments, is hereby amended as follows. A new Section A for the current language in the code, and a new Section B to read that the tax imposed under subsection A shall not apply to any overpayment arising from a tax credit that is accounted for by an authorized funding source. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I offer this floor amendment to ensure that any unforeseen obligations outside the EITC is not bound to the Commonwealth. So move.
And floor amendment has been offered by Rep. Demapon and has been seconded. Discussion on the floor amendment. Recognize Representative Tina Saban.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not support the proposed amendment, and the reason I do not support this proposed amendment, I'd like to explain. So I did meet, as the Secretary of Finance's letter explained, we did have a meeting about this proposal to repeal the 100% tax on the earned income tax credit. And there was this suggestion that perhaps we could adopt language to this effect. And then I sent this proposal to our congressional office when the American Rescue Plan Act was still being debated, was still going through this reconciliation process, and the bill with this language was routed off to other members on the Ways and Means Committee, other agencies, and the response that we got back was that it's just not enough. This is not a repeal on the 100% tax. It still amounts, legally speaking, it still amounts to a circumvention of our obligations under the covenant to adopt a mirror tax code. And yeah, it still creates a gray area in terms of, how is our tax code consistent with the covenant and with our obligations to follow this mirror tax code. If we don't, and I think it really is important to come back to the purpose of these tax credits in the code. The purpose is really to help the people people who need them, to people who have children and are entitled to a tax credit. There is a gray area in our law because of this language. And that gray area doesn't go away if we adopt the proposed amendment that Rep. Demapan has put forward. There are gray areas as to other tax credits which the Secretary of Finance enumerates. But the biggest issue by far, because how many people are actually filing for credits on an electric vehicle here? Let's be honest. The biggest issue by far was the obligation of the Commonwealth to pay out the earned income tax credit, which we could argue, as has been argued in Guam, where they tried to do something very similar to avoid paying out this credit, was always an obligation of this government. And now that that issue has gone away, now that we have full permanent federal funding, there's concern that the monies might go away, might be repealed, that there might be some other tax credits that the Commonwealth will never be able to afford. That is purely speculative. And to include this language, again, it's not enough. What it does is it retains this gray area in our code. And going back to, what are these credits for? The EITC is for working people. The child tax credit is also, because of the language that's been in our law this whole time, it could also have been something that could have been challenged, right? And so I would strongly urge colleagues, this language was reviewed by the Congressional Office before the language that Rep. Demapan is proposing, the language that Finance suggested. It was reviewed by the Congressional Office before this EITC permanent funding was made into the law. And again, the response was like, yeah, this isn't going to cut it. It's not going to do it. And there will still be problems in our law that we may have to answer for, in the future. And so, and as a policy call, it's cleaner to just do this repeal. And I'd like to ask Rep. Demapan respectfully to consider withdrawing this amendment. And let's move to the new motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Sablan. I recognize Rep. John Paul Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to state for the record that I am determined to support this EITC bill with the notion that we are supposed to, we ask that we support this floor amendment. This is a recommendation coming from our Secretary of Finance. And we go back again, this is why it's important that we've been arguing that we should place such legislation into the committee so they can thoroughly review. Now that comments were made from our prospective agencies, we're practically saying that they're wrong. If this floor amendment is not going to be supported, then I'm not going to support this bill.
Thank you, Representative John Paul Sablan. Any further discussion? Rep. Demapan, were you going to raise your hand or?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for the feedback we've received from our colleagues. But as you know, and for the record, I am relying on an assistant AG's feedback in the Commonwealth. I'm relying on our House Legal Counsel in the Commonwealth. I have not heard any or seen any legal feedback from the Congressional Office, and I cannot vote on some or make a decision to offer amendments on matters that are not privy to leaders here in the Commonwealth. And I think our role as representatives here in the Commonwealth is first and foremost to make sure that we meet the obligations of the Commonwealth. And the feedback that we received, not just from this communication from the Secretary, but in consultation with the Assistant AG assigned to the Department of Finance and in consultation today with our own legal counsel, my floor amendment stands offered and ready for action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rep. Demapan. Recognize Representative Donald Manglonia. I saw you raise your hand. Oh, okay. Representative Sheila Babal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the clarification, Rep. Angel Demapan and Legal Counsel. although I do appreciate, this discussion and you bringing this to our attention, I do not support this floor amendment because here in the Commonwealth, we need to act in good faith as legislators to our federal counterparts. They have permanently funded the ITC. They have reviewed the language and they have stated it's not enough. They have made decisions that will benefit many of us in the Commonwealth. Over 60% of our community is in poverty. So if we want to speculate on, the funding possibly being suspended, possibly being taken away in the future, we can also speculate positively. How about in the future if our poverty rate was not at 60%? How about if we could afford the EITC? How about if the families who really needed this funding receive it? And how about a legislature who can figure it out when that time comes? Why don't we have faith in our voters? Why don't we have faith in our leaders that when the time comes, they will figure it out? Because right now, the EITC is mandated by the covenant because we have a mirror tax code. So according to the research from the congressional office that was provided by the congressional office to us legislators, and we all got a copy, was that we have two options. If we cannot afford it, we find a way to afford it, and we introduce new taxes. If we can't do that, then we must delink from the code and come up with our own. But those are the two options that they give us. And Guam tried to do the same thing. And in the language, it says that our code, we must follow that of Guam. So Guam is specifically in the language. So this is something that, we're trying to run around and deny responsibility to pay out these tax credits when it is for the people who need it, when it is the responsibility of our leaders to figure out a way to afford it, whether that be, introducing new taxes that make sense, that are affordable, or constricting our government, or introducing new legislation that is actually income generating, So I have faith in our community. I have faith in our voters. I have faith in our future leaders. I prefer to speculate positively, and that is the reason I do not support this floor amendment. I want us here in the Commonwealth to show the federal government that we are serious about the EITC. We are serious about the tax credits. We're serious about our government, and that we know how to govern ourselves. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I am ready to vote. I do not support this floor amendment, and I urge my colleagues not to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Sheila Babalta. Any further discussion? Representative Lipan.
Just clarification, because I am hearing from Rep. Sheila Babalta that report was given to members. I did not get that report. I don't know how can she allude that we got that report. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rep. Lipan. I recognize your privilege, Rep. Tina Saban.
Thank you. To clarify, this was the legal analysis that was provided by email and plan copies to the members. It was an analysis by the Congressional Research Service of whether the part of our tax law that imposes this 100% tax on the EITC and any excess tax credit is a violation of the covenant. And so if you didn't get it, Rep. Lipan, I'd be happy to share that with you. But the argument was pretty clear that, as Rep. Sheila Babalta said, that this does violate the covenant, and and it does raise questions about our willingness to show good faith and to comply with our obligation to implement a mirror tax code as required in our covenant. And if it were to be challenged, as it was in Guam, this law could easily be struck down. And then that is the gray area that I was referring to, that is spelled out in greater detail in the CRS analysis. So to go to what Rep. Demapan was saying about, we haven't seen any legal analysis outside of, from outside of the CNMI, actually we have. And it was a very thorough legal analysis of why this part of our law, that supports the argument that this part of our law just needs to be cleanly repealed. And then we can move forward. Ready?
Ready.
Any further discussion?
Ready.
Ready?
Ready? Okay, a floor amendment has been placed on the floor by Representative Demapan, has been seconded. Discussion's ready. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Division on the floor, clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Bada?
Yes.
Representative Pato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta?
No.
Representative Sheila Babalta?
No.
Representative Blanco?
Yes.
Representative Joel Camacho?
Yes.
Representative Vicente Camacho?
No.
Representative Demapan?
Good.
Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
Good.
Representative Lizama?
No.
Representative Mongolia?
No.
Representative Rhodes?
No.
Representative Cristina Sablan?
No.
Representative Jean Paul Sablan?
Okay.
Representative Nicolas?
Yes.
Representative Stafford?
No.
Representative Yantamai?
No.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 11 members voted yes and 9 members voted no.
With 11 members voting yes and 9 voting no, the floor amendment hereby passes. Further discussion?
Ready.
All right, we now hear the main motion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Bada?
Yes.
Representative Pato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta?
Yes.
Representative Sheila Babalta?
Yes.
Representative Blanco?
Yes.
Representative Joel Camacho?
Good.
Representative Vicente Camacho?
Yes.
Representative Demapan?
And then.
Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
Good.
Representative Lizama?
Yes.
Representative Mongolia?
Yes.
Representative Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Cristina Sablan? Representative Jean Paul Sablan?
Okay.
Representative Nicolas?
Yes.
Representative Stafford?
Yes.
Representative Yantamai?
Yes.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Representative Cristina Sablan?
May I request a quick recess?
Quick recess. For rise back to session, I recognize the clerk.
Representative Christina Saban? Yes. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all 20 members voting yes.
With 20 members voting yes, House Bill 22-19, House Draft 1, hereby passes the House. All right, members, as we discussed earlier, we will recess and continue the session at 10:30 on Tuesday. All right, we are recessed.
Thank you.